Good morning, Tartu. Good morning, Estonia. Good morning, rest of the world. This is the live broadcast from 41st Tartu Rattaralli. And with you for the duration of today will be Lauri Peil and Rigore.
Hi, from my side as well. And what to say, welcome to the party.
It's going to be a big one. For the first time, as much as I remember, there will be 3 distances. And the short one, 27 kilometers, the participants are already on the road, and first ones are expected to finish rather soon. And what we see now on live is the start of the medium distance about to be given in a few minutes time.
Yeah, it should be like 60 kilometers.
61?
Yeah, and the first one was like 27, where the rider started around 30 minutes ago already. So yeah, they are already, I think the fastest one will be pretty soon in the finish line.
And then the most expected event in about 1 hour's time, the longest distance of 128 kilometers, the Elite and UCI Grand Fondo Series event, which is considered to be like the biggest cycling event in whole of Estonia. And I hope it will be a good one. Normally, or traditionally, the start has been given in the city center of Tartu, just about the same place where the finish will be. This year, the routes have changed, and as you can see, the start is given nearby Eesti Rahva Museum, or the National Museum of Estonia. This decision was partly taken due to roadworks and logistics, but I guess it will be potentially even more interesting the route this way. It's not a hilly route. If I now remember correctly, the elevation is only about 650 meters, so nothing to compare with Giro or Tour de France or any of the Belgian one-day classics. But lots of the route will be exposed, and I think there will be a bit of a chance of crosswinds for today.
Yeah, the wind is already blowing. I don't know exactly how it will like change or how it will act like during the race, but there is some wind, and for sure there will be some places to use the wind for the ones who want to use it.
And who can.
Yeah, exactly, who can. But I think now on this one for the 60 kilometers there should be around 1,000 riders going to the course. And then on the main race there will be like 1,200 riders going for the hunt the victory.
So it's still a little bit less than the highest participant numbers of more than 7,000 or close to 7,000 people. But here we go. Start has been given. It's neutralized for the first 4 kilometers, I think, and then all hell will break loose. The start itself, or the official start, will actually be a rather tough one. It starts with a climb, gradual, but still reasonably long climb in the sense of Estonian climbs, followed by a quick descent and then another climb. So I guess first selection will most likely be made already on those climbs. And also one of the first things or new things for this year, the start is given in waves. So instead of the normally used mass start, it's now a wave start.
I think also this is like some improvement from the safety side as well, so riders will be a bit more protected to get in some kind of bad situations to do it this way.
Yes, and they will be in their ability-based groups, more likely. But we'll see. We hope for everyone to have a safe trip, race, and give it your all. come back in one piece. Second wave of the 61 kilometer has been lined up. And this distance is mostly favored by the young and not so young ones. All of the elite riders, most of the strong age group riders will take a start in about 1 hour's time for the long distance. And here you can see how the first group is going in the fields near Tartu city borders, nearby Eesti Rahva Museum.
Yeah, I think this starting area was like a military air base in the, or it was built for this in the past. So
yes, and it's a airfield, or it was used as a airfield. Now it's just a long stretch of concrete with a museum on one side. You can feel the tension building up, everybody doing the last adjustments. Weather forecast doesn't look too bad. A few days ago it was forecasted to be much worse. At the moment we should be mostly expecting dry weather with a bit of a wind blowing, but even not that much, just up to 3-4 meters per second. And slight chance of precipitation in the early hours. So we'll see. When I parked my car, I spoke with some participants coming from Rakvere area, and they said it was raining there in the morning. So it could be that some of the rain clouds are still moving in.
Yeah, so far the weather looks to be better than it was yesterday in the start of the Tartu GP. So yeah, I think the weather is favoring those riders a bit more today, or at least at the moment.
Well, and as we all know, you only feel cold for about the first, 5 minutes?
Yeah, or maybe even not so long. So.
And then the last hour, when you're out of energy.
Yeah, for the 60 kilometers, it shouldn't be a problem, this race. I think the fastest one, they will do it like 1.5 hours, something like this. So
potentially, yes. And as already mentioned, the route this year is different compared to what it has been in the past. And it will take us to the northeast region from Tartu, going by Lake Peipsi for one stretch, and then heading back towards Tartu to finish at Turu Street, where it has traditionally finished. Well, not every year. I actually remember it used to be somewhere in Tammestadion.
Yeah, I also remember this. I never took a part when the finish was there, but I remember also 1 or 2 times when I was watching the finish, and then it was, yeah, ending in the stadium. So
can you recall when was your first time? What was the year?
First time I actually don't. Yeah, like a year I don't remember, and I think maybe in total I've like raced the Rattaralli maybe 7-8 times. Not too much. I think last time, I even don't know what was there, around 10 years ago was the last time when I took part of the race, and then I think I finished 6th, 7th, something like this. So this is like the, let's say, like a highlight for me from this race. So
I can imagine. I remember my first year or first participation at Tartu Rattaralli was 1996, I would think. The year after I came to the university, and then decided that cycling is something of good fun. So I did a bit of a training, but actually no training, no proper training. And then I also did the half distance, which was around 60 kilometers at the time. And we did have a finish at Tamme Stadium. And looking back, I was absolutely underprepared for it. I just went there in my sneakers, shorts, no proper equipment. I had a helmet though, no falls, no nothing. Ran out of energy in the end, the usual.
So all the good memories from the first race. Maybe this is the reason why you remember your first race much better than I remember mine. So.
Yes, and then after that I did ramp up. I did a couple of times the longer distance, few abandons due to tire blowage and some other issues. And then my highlight dates back now, what, 5 years, 6 years ago, when I was about 50th.
Okay, yeah. But also this let's say this main race has been, yeah, already before Tour of Estonia. There was like, there were like those one-day races, UCI races, and actually it's not like a easy race also this one today, because all the professional riders who were not all of them, but still a lot of them taking part of the Rattaralli as well. So it's a high level one actually.
Yes, and it's a highly unpredicted one. So you would assume, pretty much like yesterday, when it was expected that bike exchange might enforce themselves and cause all sorts of havoc, which they didn't quite succeed in the end.
Yeah, they were controlling the race in some point pretty well, but also they run out of the energy, I think. So.
And here it will be even harder because there are less teams and more eager souls to go for the win or good position.
Yeah, and I also think that those professional riders, for them maybe the distance is definitely it's not long, or you shouldn't consider this one as a hard race, but the way the race is going or how it's raced, it's completely different what they are like used to do it in daily basis in the high level races. So this is what maybe becomes a bit tricky to them to understand how it's going.
So here you can see the relaxed faces of, now is it third wave?
Should be third one, yeah.
Of participants heading out for the 61-kilometer distance. And here on the backdrop you can see Estonian National Museum, which was designed architecturally like an extension to the EF field runway. So it looks really fancy from up above.
But I still think, yeah, even this today's event is like a big one, or a lot of people are there. But I think this is not the biggest one what this place have hosted. I think a couple of years ago there was this Metallica performance, and this was like I think this was even bigger one.
No, definitely.
Yeah.
I can't recall the number. I wasn't there, but I could hear the music to city center with no problem. But I think it was tens of thousands.
Yeah.
I would want to say 40, maybe even more. We can look it up. And they enjoyed it massively. Both the Metallica crew and people there. But now it's not hard rock or heavy rock.
Not yet.
No, it's hard cycling. And the start even not that hard. And in the background you maybe heard a bit of a traditional start song of Tartu Rattaralli. We will have a fuller coverage picture-wise for the last race. At the moment here, what we are being shown are the starts. You can see the first tandem heading out. There's someone on a kick bike. 61 kilometers on a kick bike. That's gonna be good fun.
Yeah. I think also in year ago or 2 years ago, even in the main distance there was a tandem, like and they were in the first group, and like a road bike, it was built up like a tandem.
Yes, and they caused quite a bit of harm, especially in the crosswinds and bit of uphill slopes. I was riding that there, and it was when they went in front. It was tough. It was double the power. I know 1.3 times air resistance, so they could really go at full speed, and then everybody else had to drag after them.
Yeah, maybe not so easy to take the corners with this one, but I think like when it's a straight, more or less straight road, and you can just push, then it's
hell for leather.
Yeah.
So you can see riders heading out, taking a slight left-hand turn, and then on the next roundabout to the right, then about a kilometer or so straight, then they turn right and straight left again, go through Kõrveküla, a little village, and once they've passed through the narrow roads there, it's an official start. It will be about 1-2 kilometers flat road, and then the first track starts. And these tracks were used in Estonian time trial champs a few years ago, again under quite hard conditions. The wind was blowing, it was tailwind out, headwind back home, and that proved to be quite a tough experience for many.
The next wave is preparing for the start.
So, who's planning to come and visit Estonia, have a bit of a cycling around then this cycling weekend combined with the Tour of Estonia, and Tartu Rattaralli is definitely one good window of opportunity. You can see proper professional racing. You can come and take part yourself on Sunday, and then do a bit of exploration on your own on easier roads and routes. And about, was it 2 years ago, it should have been finished, that we have now a like a hiking route going diagonally through Estonia.
Exactly.
Which you can walk or cycle or hike.
One of my friends just did it, I think, during last 2 weeks. So.
And how long was it, distance-wise, and how long did it take?
I even don't know exactly what is the distance, but I was following him in the Facebook, and then like I think it was more or less like 2 weeks time, and every day you get a bunch of pictures there that what interesting things he have been seeing, and yeah, look nice actually.
Oh, there you go. 628 kilometers is one of the roads from Aegviidu to Ähijärve. So it's quite a distance. Probably not that easily doable in one day, but if you can take the time and hike around, then definitely worth considering it. It takes you through different bogs, different wooden areas, some white roads, some gravel roads, a little bit of tarmac. Now this was a 4 tandem.
Yes.
Another tandem. We haven't seen any of the mascots yet. I think there used to be a person riding in a pig costume, or tiger, or both.
There are like different ones what have been used. So, but I think most of those guys or ladies, they will be taking part of the longest distance.
The main event, could be.
Yeah, to get the most out of it. And today also the weather is, yeah, today it's maybe even not so bad to wear the costume, but some years when it's like, I don't know,
25 and
yeah,
sunny.
then not so nice, but
So at the moment what we have temperature wise should be around 12 degrees, 12, 14. And a little bit of wind, cloudy, with a chance of sun. Well, we can see some patches of blue sky.
yeah, like it was yesterday in the start, it was like, yeah, the weather was not a terrible, super terrible, but still it wasn't good. But it turned out to be pretty nice at the end of the race.
So in Tartu at the moment it's 10.5 degrees centigrade. So it's not too warm, but as you said, pretty much perfect weather for cycling if you go at effort. Roads are still a little bit wet. It was raining at night, but they are drying up rather nicely. So one thing for sure, even for the main race, the neutral start, you will see higher speeds than here. So it will not be that relaxed.
Definitely they will go faster. I even didn't check yet that I don't know which riders exactly from those ones who already raced like last 3 days, also during the Tour of Estonia, are still here. I know that a couple of teams left. I think Bike Exchange don't take part of the race. I think only Kangert stayed.
Okay.
To stay, so because yeah, I think for the riders it yeah, they don't have nothing against to take part, but as I heard that for the example for the Bike Exchange already, the next races are waiting in the beginning of the new week, so yeah, they just don't have time to do this one here.
And maybe have to be a little bit more careful also.
Also good point, yeah.
So here we go. We have TV coverage of the first finishes of the 27-kilometer distance of the 41st of Tartu Rattaralli. And the finish is right next to us here at Turu Street. So that seems to be the first person over the line.
Yeah.
On a mountain bike.
Yeah, you can even win the race with a mountain bike.
Well, we will see for sure fat bikes and all different sorts of bikes on the road. I know of one person who a couple of years ago decided to have a race on a fat bike, and for that he self-surfaced the tires, basically filed off all the knobs to make them look more like road tires. And this is a proper two-up sprint between the young ones. I think I heard a scream of success.
So already four riders have crossed the line.
And their average speed, something above 30 kilometers per hour, which is not bad at all.
Not bad. And I think there was around 240 riders who started this one, the shortest distance.
So with this Rattaralli distances, it's not possible to do all three of them because they overlap in time.
Unfortunately.
Otherwise, I'm pretty sure there would have been at least one person trying it.
Yeah, basically what you could still do is do the 27 kilometers now, and then you would be still there for the main.
Take it as a warm-up,
yeah,
and then right up to the start to take the long distance. Well, sun is coming out, and I can feel it's getting warmer.
not so many spectators also at the moment yet. Not yet in the.
But then again, it's only 10:20 in the morning. So
yeah, and I think most of them actually are still on the starting area, and then they will, after the start, have left, and they will return to or come here to the city center and watch the finish.
And some are still making pancakes at home to come for the highlights later on, to be well prepared. So as of this year, Tartu Rattaralli is part of UCI Gran Fondo World Series, and this is also the reason we are doing this English commentary. So once again, welcome on board to all followers here and far away. Hope you will enjoy a good day out. We'll do our best to give you very good coverage of it. We've heard from side channels we will have our own Bradley Wiggins on a motorbike following the main race. So we will have some clips coming in later from there. And we should have about 3 TV crews on the road, keeping an eye on what's happening there. And this is then for the main race. Yesterday, as a pre-event, in the morning before the Tartu GP, there were children events. Distances ranging from a few hundred meters to about 10+ kilometers.
I think they also had 3 distances to choose between, and like 1,000 kids
or more. So it has been really popular, and you can see kids on kick bikes, balance bikes, from small bicycles to proper racing bikes. And interestingly enough, I wouldn't be too surprised if yesterday's Tartu GP winner did his first cycling event as part of the children races of Tartu Rattaralli.
Could be, yeah, could be like this, because yesterday's winner is born or lived in Tartu, so most likely have done those races before. And I think same for the guy who won the first stage of the tour, also
yes.
from Tartu.
So, stepping back in history, then the first Tartu Rattaralli was in what year?
1982.
1982, yes. And that was a short distance of just 46.7 kilometers and 362 finishes. The greatest number of participants, as said, was more than 7,000, more exactly 7,611 participants, and that was in 2013 for all of the program events combined. It is the biggest road race in Eastern Europe, and the kids races that we just mentioned are considered to be the biggest ones, biggest cycling events for kids in the world. And here we have next finishes for the short distance. And you can see it's been 5 minutes between the first 4 and next ones. So quite decent gaps.
Yeah, I think it wouldn't happen in the main race. I think there will be like, yeah, sure there will be some groups, but I think now also with this Gran Fondo thing is like they have like age groups, and then there is a chance that the winner of the race is not coming from the first group.
So
there is a small chance.
Yes, and that would be actually interesting to know how they control it. But since there are wave starts and everybody's starting time starts when they cross the start line, it could be that some of the age group finishers end up being faster than the fastest in the elite group, and that we get to know then some 10, 15, 20 minutes later. But we'll see.
Most likely it wouldn't happen, but
chance is there, but most likely it won't happen. And it was my understanding that for the UCI Gran Fondo series, if you want to take part of it and get points, you have to start in your relevant age group. If you decide to get upgraded to the first elite group, then you won't take part of the Gran Fondo.
Yeah, this is one of the rules.
So let's see who has prioritized exactly what. As with the rest of the world, we did have restrictions due to COVID over the last 2 years. And for that same reason, for the last 2 years, Tartu Rattaralli was not held as a big physical event. It was held virtually, meaning that people could go and ride the distance, either the very same route that was planned for the physical event, or distance of similar mileage, and then they could get their virtual participation medal for it. But now in 2022 we are back in live physically in city center of Tartu. Small groups are coming in.
This one is nice to see that they are not so much like racing, but they are really enjoying the event.
Good morning training ride, or just a ride out. So it has been half an hour since the start of the 61-kilometer distance. So I would think they have now completed about 1/3 of it.
Something like this.
So we won't see the finishes of 61-kilometer distance before the start of the main race. And just out of our bus window, I can see our own Bradley Wiggins getting prepared.
Just arrived.
Not as tattooed, looking happy. So looking forward to getting those clips on the road once we get there. And now more and more participants are getting over the finish line. From small kids to older people on all different sorts of bikes. And here, really the saying goes, it's not about winning, it's about taking part. So are we already brave enough to make some forecast and prediction? What is going to happen in the main race? Who's going to make it to the first group? Who's going to make it to the punch finish? Shall we see a solo winner?
Solo, you never know, but more likely no. I think previous years there's been like not like a big punch sprint in the end, but like a small group in the front, and it's always like this Rattaralli race, that there is like a lot of attacking, yeah, a lot of things happening. But again, due to the reason that this year this format is a bit different, because they have those waves, it can, yeah, make the race also a bit different.
So no predictions.
Who's gonna win? No, yeah. It's hard to. hard to say. Yeah, a lot of good riders. Yeah.
Let's hope it stays home.
Yeah, I think last year's Estonians haven't won the race recently. Or the last one was won by Estonian, I think, actually. Gleb Karpenko is the last winner
Yes.
when the race was like, yeah.
The physical race.
Yeah, in 2019 it was. Because it's like this, that all those riders who have taken part of the tour previous days, yeah, sure, they want to win, but for them it's more like a fun event. But the rest of the, let's say, local riders or the ones who have come from, especially for this race, it's like for sure the main event, and they are pushing super hard to win this one.
To be there in front.
Because I think winning Rattaralli is actually it's let's say it's an amateur race, but it's a prestigious one to have it in your pocket.
Absolutely. And the weather is turning better and better. Which, in a way, might make the racing, well, in a way easier, in a way harder. If there is no crosswind, then the bunch is more likely to stay together for longer. But then again, they might be just pushing that bit harder on those little slopes.
Yeah, the race will be hard anyway, I guess. So doesn't matter what is the weather.
So looking at the forecast, well, still roughly the same, not much of a wind, 3 to 4 meters per second, coming from west, so it will be mostly crosswind if it is blowing. But then the areas next to Lake Peipsi and some of the roads there are rather exposed, so we could have some gusts coming up and really affecting the race. But this we will see. I guess we will give a bit of a more geographical background once we are on the road and can describe the landmarks there. "26 minutes to go to the start of the main event." Back in old times, I remember at that time it was already fully packed here in the starting area. People were fighting for the position to be in a as good as possible starting corridor.
Yeah, before it was also like this, that basically just after the start you get the hill climb from the going out from the city. So to be well positioned in the start was already important one, because it was hard to come from the bad position to be in the front group.
It was critical, and the ride out on Riia Street, what's it, about 3 kilometers?
Yeah.
And it's mostly uphill, some falls flats. But going full speed straight from the gun, it wasn't easy.
One year it was also like this, that at the end of the Riia Street, so basically at the end of the climb, there was also already the first sprint, like some kind of special sprint. There was I think pretty good price for this, like some kind of cash prize. So yeah, it was hard already before, like previous years, but when you have this kind of motivation waiting you in the kilometer 3, then it was super hard and fast from the start.
I think one of the explanations why so many people are on mountain bikes on that event is that they had about 5 kilometers of gravel on the road. So probably they wanted to play it safe.
Better to play it safe on this one.
The main event and the 60-kilometer event are on tarmac roads, which obviously doesn't mean that you can't have a flat. You well can, but there is a small risk for that.
But the race is so well organized, you should get the help. Even if you don't have the spare tube or tire with you, you will get some help next to the course.
And there is a sprint of a young one. Go for it. I think there will be lots of positive emotions to be taken home by these young ones to come back.
Pretty sure, and probably already maybe from next year they are taking the next distance, like 60 kilometers. Then in some point they will do the long one.
And then who knows? In 5 to 10 years' time, they'll be at the start of Tartu GP.
Or if you are good enough, then during the same time you are in the Giro already.
Yes, even better. There was one year when the same route of the Tartu GP was used for senior race, which was good fun. Luckily enough, it wasn't 16 laps. That would have been too much. I can't remember how much it was. 6 laps?
Could be something like this, yeah.
But it was good fun. It was still the older route with a Jacobi hill thrown in and not the cobblestone Lossi Street. But it wasn't any easier, to be honest. So let's see. Taken that cycling is picking up popularity bit by bit. And yesterday we had ladies Tour of Estonia one-day event, the first professional women event in Estonia, which was really good to watch. I think our team did great job, and it was good racing all throughout. So they can rise in popularity. Let's hope that Club Tartu Marathon is willing to make a senior race once more.
Yeah, it's pretty much like a complete thing now. You have the race for the professionals. Now also, okay, before it was only for the men's. Now we have the women race as well. Then you have the kids races. Then you have the Rattaralli, basically for everybody. Yeah, complete thing.
So, looking at the statistics we were given, then we have quite a few different countries represented. Obviously, Estonia having the biggest number of participants. We have people from Belgium, USA, Ireland, Latvia, Lithuania, Luxembourg, Poland, Sweden, Germany, Finland, Switzerland, Denmark, and Ukraine. And could well be that there have been some last-minute sign-ups by some further representatives. We have about 20 minutes to go before the main event kicks off.
Not much to wait anymore. And with the main event and this Grand Fondo thing, there's also, if you are good enough in your age group at the end of the race, you should get basically like invitation or possibility to take part of the Grand Fondo World Championships.
Yes.
Which is held in Italy this year. So
there will be quite a bit of fighting also for these positions. The waves, as I can see, actually, the starting corridors have been opened up for the main event. 11 sharp, there is a start for the elite women and men, plus young ones or juniors fighting for the main prize. 10 minutes later is the first age group from 19 to 39 years of age. 5 minutes later, 11:15, is a start for age group 40 to 49 years of age. 11:20 is the age group 50 plus. And then 5 minutes later, there will be a multitude of different tempo groups, which are then sort of similar to marathon running, with somebody pacing up and keeping the average speed to a certain number. And the expected racing time is a little bit less than 3 hours for the main distance. So we'll see how accurate that prediction has been. We will be with you throughout the day, from the start up until podium and prize giving. So it's going to be quite a few long hours.
Yeah, but for us, not so hard. We can sit and we can just watch and yeah.
Enjoy the racing.
Yeah.
We can see more people showing up in city center. I guess these numbers will be multiplied by a big factor in a few hours' time.
Also depending a lot what the weather is doing, but now
so far looking good.
Looking good, and yeah, then the people will come here. And
so local people listening to us, cook up your pancakes, grab something with you and come out to the city. Come and support your own and others. This looks to be a family finishing.
Something like this.
Oh well, almost a family. But it's good to see fathers and sons, mothers and daughters, mothers and sons, fathers and daughters out. Because as the saying goes, lead by example.
Exactly.
Show how the things are done and they will get done. So 61 kilometer distance is probably around halfway, which is always the hardest turning point. Because now
the break point.
Now you have less kilometers back home than to the start. Okay, looks like it's going to be a wrap for us for a few minutes. We will have a short commercial break and we will be back with you in about 5 to 10 minutes time, right before the start of the main event of the 41st of Tartu Rattaralli.
See you.
nii, 27 pealt järgmine suurem grupp, aga võrdlemisi mõnusas rahulikus tempos saab nende jaoks kohe tänane Tartu Rattaralli läbi. Ja
Tere hommikust, head spordihuvilised, head rattaspordisõbrad. Oleme Tartu tänavatel taas kord, sest et rahvusvaheline jalgratta nädalavahetus traditsiooniliselt lõpeb ikka siin Turu tänava finišis Tartu Rattaralliga. Ja sel aastal on asjad natukene teisiti, ehk et nagu te kuulete, Kristjan Kold minu selja taga juba täiel häälel elab finišeerijatele kaasa. See tähendab seda, et tegelikult kahel distantsil on sõidud käimas ja on ka lõpetajad finišis. Need on siis 27 kilomeetri pikkune distants ja 60 kilomeetri pikkune distants, aga põhidistants 128 kilomeetrit algab kella 11 ja stardid on kõik sellel korral siis Eesti Rahva Muuseumi hoone juures, ERMi juures, nii et see ring on natukene teistsugune, võib öelda, et kui varasematel aastatel ikka on ratturid läinud Tartust nii-öelda lõuna poole, siis tänavu Tartu Rattaralli näeb välja selline, et minnakse põhja poole, minnakse Jõgevamaale, minnakse Peipsi äärde ja eks selle üks oluline põhjus on ka siis Tartu lõunakeskuse juures toimuv suur liiklussõlme ehitus, mis tõttu ei saa seda rada nii-öelda tavapärasel kujul siis sõitjad ette võtta. Aga see ei tee võistluspäeva kuidagi teistmoodi, ma ei tea, vähem ilusaks, sest et olen neid teid vaadanud, need on väga maalilised, sellised rahulikud, kus ma arvan, et just sellistel rattaspordisõpradel on väga-väga hea kulgeda. Ja kahtlemata, nagu ikka, siis profide on siin võistlusel ka oma koht, ehk et harrastajatega koos tulevad rajale siis need mehed, paljud ja ka need naised, kes nädalavahetusel sõitsid siin UCI kategooria võistlustel Tour of Estonial ja Ladies Tour of Estonial. Näiteks ka Tanel Kangert on siin täna täiesti olemas. Ja see, et meil on olnud koroona-aastad vahel, võib-olla tingib natukene ka siis stardi korralduse muudatusi, ehk et esimeses grupis kell 11, kus läheb rajale nii-öelda eliidiseltskond, seal on meil natukene vähem kui 300 võistlejat, vähemalt viimastel andmetel see nii peaks olema, ja siis kell 11.10 ja sealt edasi toimuvad juba lainestardid sellistes 350 liikmelistes seltskondades. Nii et ilus võistluspäev meid täna siin ootab, põhidistantsi start on kell 11 ja tänast võistlust kommenteerime koos Ivar Jurtšenkoga. Ivar, sõna sulle.
Lõpetab järgmisena
Welcome back, everyone. This is continuation of the English commentary of 41st Tartu Rattaralli happening just now in Tartu, in Estonia. Hello, world.
Hi.
With you again, it's me, Lauri Bale, and I have next to me Rigo Reim. And we will try and entertain you throughout the day, give you the best possible coverage of what's happening, who is doing what, who is winning, who is losing, give some predictions, hear some words on the road from the motorbike, and maybe from some other spies.
Yeah, let's hope that the riders are writing the good script for us, so then we have more things to tell you.
To talk about.
Yeah.
Riders are lining up for the main event start. 128 kilometers physical distance, heading out from the grounds of Eesti Rahva Museum or National Museum of Estonia, heading northeast of Tartu, going through Jõgevamaa, coming back on the shores of Lake Peipus, and then heading back to Tartu to finish it all off, potentially in a sprint finish in Turu Street in city center. Since as of this year, Tartu Rattaralli is part of UCI Gran Fondo event. The start regulations are somewhat different. So you can see it will be a wave start. There will be first start for the elite group, women and men, and then 10 minutes later will be age groups for the UCI Gran Fondo.
There should be around, or not around, but exactly 350 people in each wave.
Approximately so, and you could probably see something like that from the overhead shot. It will be about 3 minutes until the start. It will be a neutralized start for the first 4 kilometers. Heading out from the grounds of Eesti Rahva Museum, going through little village of Kõrveküla, and once these narrow roads have been safely navigated, it will be a start proper, and it won't take long before the first gradual climb to kick in and mix the cards. I did see Hawaii Express team, the guys who we mentioned previously, have taken part on a tandem bike, but I couldn't see if they are on a tandem or not.
As I saw it, I think they are back with the tandem again.
I had that suspicion. So now they are just behind the cameraman on the right. So on the left-hand side of the starting corridor, in black and yellow uniform of Hawaii Express, the name sponsor of the event. There you go.
Yeah, definitely it's a tandem.
That's the tandem. They have 2 numbers. So this will be a bike or bikes to keep an eye on. They will cause some damage probably. As you can see, the elite group have lined up. This consists of the professional riders from yesterday, from the Tour of Estonia, many stages, and then local and international strong riders, amateurs and professionals. The instructions are given that the start will be neutralized for the first kilometers through Kõrveküla, and then it's everyone for themselves. 30 seconds to go. And this is the time where everybody gets really nervous. Heart rates go up from resting heart rate of 60 ppm to about 100, 120.
Yeah, so it should be something like this. Maybe not for the professional riders, they're used to the situation, but
for us, mere mortals. And this was the gun. They are off. Positioning will be the key. The roads will be narrow. It will start with a climb, so you need to be up front to be able to do something to keep an eye on it. Our commentary can be followed on UCI Gran Fondo Facebook page. Spread the word, join in if you're interested. Should be an interesting 3 hours ahead of us.
I'm pretty sure when the neutral start is finished, then it will be like attacking
from the gun.
Yeah.
The question is who?
Yeah, this way we never know.
Well, you can see already some people dropping back a bit. There is a nice tradition. The participants who have taken part of all of the events, they get a ambassador label and can choose the starting group as they wish. So probably the people further back are the ones who have taken part of all of the races so far. In front, in white, orange and blue forms, you can see riders from my own home club, Rein Taaramäe Rattaklubi. So one of our professional cyclists, Rein Taaramäe, has its own cycling club, mostly focused on young ones, but we do have senior riders of rather strong appearance, and you can see them up in front. On the left there was Risto Raid. Risto was also racing at rather high level a few years back.
In top amateur teams in France.
Right next to the motorbike, Kaupo Kattai, local nickname Terminator. We'll see if he can terminate someone today. But at the moment it's all peaceful. Turns coming up, nicely indicated by the riders to play it safe. Nobody wants to fall. So this is now first of the roundabouts. We have about 1 kilometer straight road ahead, and then there is a right turn to Tartu-Jõhvi highway, which is about 400 meters or so, and then they take a left turn to Kõrveküla. And there, once they are through the narrow roads and traffic islands, it will be a start proper.
Everybody's waiting.
So far, yes. We could see some Kuwait riders, some Swedish team riders up in the front. And if I'm not mistaken, then the numbers starting with 4,000 are the ambassadors. Wind jackets are still on. Temperature is about 11-12 degrees. It's overcast. Sun is shining on and off. Oskar Nisu in the uniform of Peloton Club in Tartu. Yesterday he was riding as part of Estonian national team and did quite a good show up the Vanemuise climb.
And I also saw Martin Laas in the bunch as well. So that means at least we should have 2 World Tour riders in the race. Martin Laas from Pora and then Tanel Kangert from Bike Exchange.
Remains to be seen if and what they can do.
Yeah, and it also a lot of depending what they want to do.
And
do they want to enjoy or they want to have the hard race?
And I think that was on the right Mikkel Reim, briefly.
Yeah, the national champion of Estonia.
So this is now the Tartu-Jõhvi highway. Last straight stretch, and then they take a left turn to Kõrveküla. Already lining up on the left-hand side of the road. There you go. This is Mikkel Reim. So what's your connection with Miku?
I'm Miku's uncle. So yeah, he's son of my oldest brother.
So we know who you are voting for.
Yeah, this is what I need to do. Or yeah, it would be super nice if he could win the race. I think this is something he haven't won yet, or I'm even not sure. Does he have this? I think he haven't won the Rattaralli yet.
I guess we have to pull up the history records and see. So now the riders are entering Kõrveküla, and first of the traffic islands up in front. And this is the reason why the start was neutralized. Just to play it safe. 350 riders, not the most massive bunch, but still big enough. So better play it safe. We can see Martin Laas in Pora clothing behind the car. Some Norwegian riders, Swedish team, well represented. And once it thins up, then hopefully we can make more of the numbers and give more background. So if I'm not mistaken, then the official start should be now within the next few hundred meters.
Not long to go.
We can see when the motor commissaire and the chief commissaire car take off. And then it's the question, who will attack and when? All peaceful still.
Waving to the grounds.
They just passed Kõrveküla school. And motor commissaire is heading off. And this is a start proper. And the first guy is off the front.
Yeah, Steven Kalf from Estonia doing the first attack.
He's also from Saaremaa.
Yeah, from my home team. Also a couple of years ago he ride in the continental team. But now just a, let's say, Sunday rider enjoying the sport.
So they have lined up already the bunch a bit.
The next one now who's going is Gert Kivistik.
Also riding for the local club peloton here. At other times he's in Martinique.
In Martinique, yeah, the French island in the Caribbean Sea.
And he's had a really good season, as much as I know.
Yeah, a lot of wins. I know this thing, or I'm watching those races quite often, because for me also I stayed 3 seasons in the island, so know this place and also the type of racing very well. And
right, at the same time we can see the first UCI Gran Fondo age group riders lined up for the start, which is about to happen in the next couple of tens of seconds. And this will be the age group of 19 to 39 years of age. I think it will be as heavy competition as for the elite group, if not heavier. My impression is that the seniors are the worst.
For sure, and they have those World Championships tickets on the table to grab, and probably this is the motivation for them as well.
Plus, many of them, especially in the old age group, are previous professional sportsmen, so they are strong as ever. And off they went. So as for the elite group, they will have a neutralized start for the same duration of about 4 kilometers, and then they will start racing proper. Up in the front, we do have a couple of attacks happening. Group of 4 riders clear by about 20-30 meters at the moment.
Currently at the front there is Gert Jõer, former winner of the race, and also former winner of the Tour of Estonia.
And former professional rider. His last team was Cofidis. Now he's living and riding in Tallinn. And they are on that first climb, the long gradual climb up to Vasula, which is quite exposed. But as already mentioned, it doesn't look like there is much of a crosswind happening at the moment. So no real cohesion yet. Everybody's looking around what's happening, who's coming, who's going.
But I think actually it's already harder than we can imagine. It looks easy, but okay, crash.
And this is the first unfortunate Looks like mostly tangled bikes.
Yeah, it doesn't
No physical harm done.
look too bad.
This is the sight we don't want to see, but it does happen.
But for those riders, the good thing was the tandem was also behind them, so that means they should get back to the group.
Rather nicely. And here we have national coach, or coach of Estonian national team, Alo Jakin, I think.
Correct. Together with the Latvian Andris Vosekans.
So Alo was leading the team yesterday from the team car for the Tartu GP for Estonian national team. Alo also a previous professional rider and still going strong as ever.
Also one professional rider in the front now, Rattaralli, riding from the Groupama FTG Continental team.
And this is another rider from Rein Taaramäe club. Should be Karl Kurits, the younger brother of Joonas Kurits, who did some impressive work yesterday during the Tartu GP. Another guy from Saaremaa, if I'm not
also
mistaken.
my ex-teammate, Jürgen Matt.
So at the moment it looks like Estonians are pushing mostly. And we have our own Bradley Wiggins.
Hommikust. Raja pealt võin öelda, et tuul tundub olevat ikkagi päris tugev. Ilmselt siin ikkagi millalgi see laiali läheb ja kindlasti on siin amatöörid ja harrastajad, kes tahavad ikkagi 2 päeva juba võidusõitnud proffidele koha kätte näidata. Et usun, et saab üks aktiivne sõit tulema. Ja ka lõbus on vaadata, milline suur punt siin on, et tõeline spordipidu, kaunis vaadata ka. Tagasi stuudios.
So this was word from our own Aksel Nõmmela, another ex-pro rider on the motorbike, and he said that despite the forecast, wind seems to be rather strong, and he thinks there is a good chance of crosswinds and echelons, and that the bunch will break up rather soon. Another thing he mentioned is that there are quite a few of amateur riders who want to show the place to the pros, especially taken that the pros have already raced for 2 days. And I guess that's why they are pushing so hard off the front. So we have 4-man breakaway. Jürgen Matt, number 16.
Alo Jakin.
Alo Jakin, I can't see his number. And then let's check what they're going so fast that the front numbers have been made invisible. Just checking. And they have a break of about 100 meters. So not much. And they are just about to get to the next climb. So this is now climb up to Lähte. Again, it's well, in our sense, rather long and gradual one, but in no way an easy one. So if anything, then I would expect someone to really kick here to make it up to the first group.
So yeah, now those riders in the front at the moment is the guy who's leading the group is, you already got the names. There is Magnus Krusemann, Jürgen Matt, Alo Jakin and Lauri Tamm.
Magnus Krusemann is a multiple-time cyclocross champion in Senior 1 and Senior 2 categories of Estonia.
A well-known rider in the area.
Yes, and rides on the road, off the road. I just don't think he does BMX and track. So the first 4, the Estonian team, so-called, are doing quite a good collaboration. And the group behind, well, are doing reasonable pace. They're not really rushing it yet. Martin is taking off the wind jacket, so it looks like it's getting warmer.
But the group is, yeah, maybe due to the crash, but yeah, let's say the main group is like splitted already.
And they should be now cresting that climb rather soon. I think maybe, even though the end of it was also a bit of a false flat, so it was relentless. I remember from the time trial champs coming back home up that climb, it felt like you're almost over it, but then it still kept on going, and it was really hard. And the surface wasn't the smoothest either. But they continue at good pace. Lauri Tamm, if I'm not mistaken, is riding for a Belgian team in...
like a juniors team?
Yes, it's the... and I've now forgotten the name.
I think this is Cannibal Cycling or something like this.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And they also have quite a strong focus on cyclocross. They've done quite some good results there, but also riding on the road, Belgium, Netherlands, one-day classics for the youngsters, and so on. So this is from the motorbike number 1, back of the bunch, I would think. And you can see there are some splits happening. Everybody is feeling tired already, and it's the climb is still going on. And now they are on a bit of a descent, and soon they should be hitting the village of Lahte.
There is like maybe 5 seconds between the groups at the moment, so.
But there is already another break of about 7 riders.
Again, like
with a split.
Bit split already, yes.
Well, at one point, hopefully, we'll get the numbers and names of the people on the back. So far, no coverage for the age group number 1, who are on the road and should be racing at the moment. So once again, they got to the Tartu highway. Here it's downhill for about half a kilometer or so. And then the riders take a right-hand turn, and let's just check the map. And they should be heading to the countryside. Kaupo Kattai trying to get back to the group, and the front group is now a big one, so the connection has been made. This is the right hand turn, and now they head through the rolling roads of Jõgevamaa. Magnus Krusemann pacing the bunch. Martin Laas seems to be in that group.
Martin Laas, also the second rider at the moment, is Rattaralli, also a professional rider. Then guy from Ampler, also continental team rider. Oskar Nisu from Peloton. So that means Peloton currently have like 4 riders in the front group.
Gert Kivistik, the one Lithuanian rider. And now it looks like Magnus Krusemann got rid of last of his matches. That could happen when you start hard, that it just blow up and do need some time for recovery. And it is a strong team out front.
Okay, this is not Martin last. This is Romet Pajur from Pooranskrohe junior team.
Indeed.
Yeah.
And Romet had a really good result just a week ago.
Yeah, winning the junior Tour of Flanders.
Yeah, Ronde Vlaanderen. So it's an interesting mix of riders up front. If it stays like that, we will see. I would say it's far from being decided. They've just gone for the first 14 kilometers or so. And there is a long way to go still. These roads have been used for some of the local races due to the low traffic and rolling nature. So it's a good way to build a nice route. So soon they will go past Saadjärv on the left. And here you can see how split up the group is. Partially due to the crash we saw earlier, partially because of different abilities of the riders. And in this group we can also see first of the female riders, if they are the first ones that we don't know at the moment.
This is already pretty decent gap. And it looks to be that one rider coming from behind is the yesterday's winner, Norman Vahtra.
Norman is quite strong in doing that, going solo, catching the groups in front. Absolute power machine. I had the pleasure of riding a 2-up time trial with him a few years ago when I was stronger and he was weaker. And it was a tough one, but we won it. So this is my biggest, almost biggest amateur win on home ground, but it was tough going. As you can see on the map, the lake on the left-hand side is Saadjärv, well-known fishing and holiday location. The road surface is in some places still wet, so it just looks like it hasn't dried up, not that it has been rained lately. And they are now on another little climb, not the proper climb as you would describe the alpine ones, but still hard. And that group seems to be working quite nicely together.
Yeah, everybody's doing their job.
Rattaralli started more as a mountain biker or cross rider. So that's where he did his first results on home ground. And then he was discovered as a road rider of great potential based on endurance and power numbers and of sprinter abilities.
Yeah, I think he's one of those riders who actually started pretty late with the road cycling, but now he's like yeah, maybe still like catching up all the
work that needs to be done.
Yeah, but he's already doing well. He's the bronze medalist of the European under 23 championships in road race championships a couple of years ago. So
He was hampered by some injuries, but seems to be over these and doing quite nicely. And that is part of the FDJ pro team.
Yeah, he's like part of the development team or continental team, what they have, but there's been already like, because now the UCI rules allow to use the development team riders also in the main team for some races, and Rait is also doing already some, let's say, I don't know, have it done like World Tour level races, but already like a higher level races together with the World Tour team. So,
well, that's the only way to get some experience.
Yeah.
At the moment, the riders are on the rolling roads of Jõgevamaa. On the left-hand side of them, behind the fields, is another little lake called Soitsjärv, or Smoke Lake. Also quite a good fishing lake. I've done my bit of bike fishing there. And this is the main bunch doing the work to potentially try and catch the riders in front. I don't think we have been given the time gap, but it's probably around 10 seconds or so.
I think it's a bit bigger, but let's see.
And the pace of the main group is not, well, you're right, 24 seconds. They are chasing, not by great force, but they are chasing.
Yeah, there are still like some teams who don't have like a, let's say, not the perfect situation at the moment. I think one of those teams is Ampler, who only have like one rider in the front.
And the young riders of Rein-Taaramäe Rattaklubi are doing the main share of the work in front at the moment. Well, it does indeed look like there is a bit of a wind. The group is stretched out, both due to the pace being set and potentially also the wind. And this is the landscape they are going through. It is rather exposed. So if it was gale blowing, it would be even harder. I think this is the back end of the bunch. You can see some riders coming back behind the cars. Looks to me, so these might have been the victims of the crash earlier. So far, still no coverage of the Gran Fondo groups. Let's see if at one point they can drop back and.
Yeah, this is something actually would be interesting to see how the race is going there, or what's happening.
But I guess it's limited camera bikes, so you have to do what's available. The group in front working nicely together, everybody taking the turn with occasional rest to have a drink or a bite. So at what point would you have a first bite on such a race? When do you feel a need for a hamburger?
Hamburger, I don't know, after the race probably. But yeah, actually it's like you said before that this race should be around 3 hours, so not too long. but yeah, it's like super intensive, I think. And
so is that who's that on the back?
the last rider
Yes.
should
Gert.
be, I think this should
Oh.
be Oskar Nisu.
Okay.
Or Gert Kivistik. Not even sure.
Okay, there looks like
Another.
another bunch going clear of the main bunch. So here we have a Latvian rider.
And Mihkel Raim is here.
Mihkel Raim is here.
Another rider from Peloton team.
Man in black pushing a heavy gear in front.
The second rider in the line is Mick Power, riding in the top French amateur team. Also was taking part of the Tour of Estonia.
And then we have one Ampler guy.
One rider from Ampler, exactly. The last rider of this group was the rider from Kuwait team.
We have Karl Kurits from Rein Taaramäe, who's the Ampler rider. $155.
It's a Finnish rider. Markus Knapi, if the number was correct.
I think it was 155.
Yeah, then it's the Finnish rider who's riding for the Ampler team. Because this Ampler team is like, let's say it's more likely like Estonian team, but every year they have had riders from other Baltic countries as well, like a couple of riders from Latvia, Lithuania, and I think from last year also from Finland.
I can see somebody going clear from the main bunch again, trying to hook up with a second group in front. And there was a bit of a almost echelon formation, so it must be blowing there. Trying to get the collaboration working again. I guess group cycling is the prime example of the saying better together. So you are much stronger together as a group. You have to put in some efforts while on the front, but then you can have a rest while slipping back to be able to come again and pace up. And it's a beautiful sight when you can see such a chain gang performing in unison. Well-oiled machine.
Yeah, also this part is like super important at how this group is working together, and
we have another set of attacks going either off the front, or is this now the second group that had been caught by the main bunch? Everybody realizes it's far from being over. 24 seconds is not much. There are no long climbs to really make up for that time gap in climbing, but then there's still more than 100 kilometers to go of hard racing, so that 20 seconds can be brought back rather quickly. But the first group works well.
yeah, since the beginning they have been doing this.
I guess they are of roughly optimal size also. So if the group is too big, there is no real collaboration. Everybody's rather thinking of their own So about 10 riders, 6 to 10, 12 riders maybe is the optimal size for the chain gang to still work. Anything bigger than that,
then it's a mess already.
Then they start thinking, well, why should I do the work when the others are not working, and so it ends. But it comes down to normal human psychology. Lots of research papers about that. And here we have live coverage back to the finish area. The finish of 61-kilometer distance. And it's a limited point finish. Won by someone in CFC colors. Yes, so this is cycling club from Tallinn. Henri Arjus.
So 1 hour 37 minutes something. But it was already like a real finish.
Indeed. They fought for it. And we have quite a few familiar names rolled up on the screen. And this is back the view to the main event. And now I need to look up which of the churches is it that they are about. That should be Maria Magdalena, I think. From there, they make a right-hand turn of 90 degrees and then follow a small road back to the Jõhvi-Tartu highway for a short stretch, and then they take a left turn and go pretty much straight on to Lake Peipus.
And we will also get the gaps, so the second group is like 26 seconds behind, and then the main bunch is already more than 1 minute.
Well, still, I would say, far from being decided. But have you seen the tandem?
No, the tandem was also get stuck when there was a crash before, but I think they haven't made it back yet.
Or well hidden away. Kuwait rider pushing the pace of the second group.
Representing the Kuwait team, but actually this is the rider from Greece. Sortsakis, if I remember the name correctly. This rider finished the Tour of Estonia in 3rd place last year, and multiple times Greece champion.
Strong rider. The young rider in peloton colors was Oliver Rüster, another of the local riders. Ampler rider is the Finn. And here we have another rider, Aaron Aus. Now riding for peloton. He used to be part of Rein Taaramäe cycling club. And they have definitely been taking part of the children events over the
for sure
last 10-15 years before maturing up to a strong amateur, soon to be professional level.
Again, there seems to be 2 riders on the attack from the main group.
Yes, looks like 2 riders more have broken free from the main bunch. So we have a Ampler rider dropping back, probably to get some, give away something or get some food or drinks.
There is still this 20 plus seconds between those 2 groups, so it's not so easy to bring the first group back.
So, and this is the first sprint finish, or is it the hilltop finish? Oh no, it's a feeding station. Yes, it's a feeding station past Maria Magdalena. And it's 31.8 kilometers done. The weather is clearing up. Lots of blue sky to be seen in city center, and it seems to be the same on the road. Road surface mainly dry. Wind situation, don't know exactly what's happening. The trees are not fully bent, but there will be definitely some wind. And now there is some explanation. Trying to get the group working together again. So you have probably spoken with Mikkel Reim lately. What's his feelings? How is he going? Feedback of the season?
I think so far it's been like he's been like struggling a bit, like different health issues or yeah, like too many small things have come up this season, but it is, I think after yesterday we can already say it's going better, like the physical side. And I think for him and for his team Burgos, it's anyway the main goal of the season is the Vuelta a España, what they are doing this at the end of the year.
And is Mikko going there?
Most likely yes. I think it's not like fixed thing, but yeah. At the moment I see no reason why he shouldn't go there. So
good. Looking forward to it. Talking of professional races, then Giro d'Italia is about to finish today with a time trial of 17.4 kilometers.
yeah, and there was a
surprise yesterday.
Yeah, you can say it was a surprise, or yeah, probably some of the people were already expecting it or waiting for it. But I think still it's not done deal yet for the current leader, so anything can happen also in the time trial.
No, that's true. But putting mechanical mishaps aside, then over such a short distance of 17 kilometers, giving away 1.5 minutes will be
hard. It shouldn't happen, but you never know.
Well, you never know. And if he does get the win of Giro, then I guess Martin Laas has one more reason to celebrate today.
Yeah, it would be then, I think, for the Bora, it will be then the first Grand Tour victory. So yeah, big thing for the team.
And isn't it also the first Grand Tour win first Giro win for Australia?
Yeah, this is also true. They won the Tour de France for sure.
With Cavella Evans.
Yes.
So it looks like the first group has slightly slowed down, while the second group has got up to speed. The gap has come down a few seconds.
Rider from Uzbekistan.
Lone rider trying to catch the second group.
I think if you are seeing how those two groups are going at the moment, going solo or catching them like this, it's...
There are easier things.
Yeah. Or maybe there are like maybe a couple of riders who can do this.
But you can see now the main bunch has been properly lined up, so the pace is up. Most likely the wind is also blowing, and they are trying to get some gaps into the group to shatter it away. And this is the turn now back to the main highway. And we have at the same time another bunch finishing the 61 kilometer And this will not be that heavily contested sprint finish.
Yeah, the win is, or the race is already lost, so.
But it can be best of the rest. I think at that stage they take it rather nice and calm. Doesn't make much of a difference if you are 30th or 50th.
I think also the 60-kilometer race is like you even don't get like a place in the
placing in the ranking.
Yeah, you just get the time and.
But then every race you take part,
you want to win.
Is a race still. And this is now the left-hand turn, which takes the riders towards Lake Peipus. Smaller roads, less traffic, rougher surface, still up and down, left and right. And nice landscape. Quite a few nice mushroom picking forests in that range, if you like them, or if you like mushroom picking.
Yeah, this is a good thing to do.
So here we have now quite a few kilometers before they get to the lake. First they have to reach Alatskivi, one of the famous villages nearby, and then another few kilometers and they get to the shore of the lake.
Now there is only 10-second gap between the two groups.
So it could well be that at one point they slow down a little bit further to just wait up for the second group, because it looks like the catch is about to be made.
Yeah, and if those two groups were getting together, then I'm not so sure anymore that will the main group have enough power to bring it back really.
Or if there will be another set of attacks coming from that combined first group. But so far, looking strong for Estonia.
Yeah,
our guys are well represented up in front.
Because the peloton is like, yeah, they are riding fast, but I think still not like a full gas yet, because we still have this one rider from Uzbekistan between those groups. So
it's the same question of collaboration. Who wants to work for whom, and how can they find an agreement?
Exactly, and now already some teams are represented in the let's say in the breakaway, and then basically those riders don't need to do anything in the main group anymore.
Well, looking at the faces, it's not easy what they're doing.
No, but it will be pretty interesting when those two are getting together. Then again, peloton will get 2 additional riders in the front, because they already have 4 riders in this group now, and then 2 more joining in.
I think now the second, so we are seeing some splits.
Yeah,
I think
from
they've
from
been
the
dropped
second
from
group.
the second group.
Maybe something happened, or
Might be just the sheer pace of the group proving to be too hard. So that rider was that rider on the back was Mikk Bauer, and then another one seemed to be Karl Kurits. The first group going strong. Working well. Not sure how much they have time to explore what's around them, check the sightseeing. Less than 90 kilometers to go. We have 2 leader groups on the front. First group of about 10 riders, and then about 10-15 seconds away another group of about 8 riders, and then the main bench following them. And then somewhere behind them we have the age groups for UCI Gran Fondo. The lone Uzbekistan rider seems to be caught quite soon by the main group. And this was to be expected. It's really hard to stand a chance working alone against a swarming mass of cyclists. Tandem bike we haven't seen. Would be interesting to know where exactly have they dropped, or whether they had a mechanical mishap on that crash. Based on last information, that main group was a little bit more than a minute behind the leading group. And looks like the second group on the roads is splitting up a bit. The pace is high, and not all of them can take it. It looks like one of the peloton riders is having a hard time.
They are pushing really hard.
They are, but they still haven't bridged the gap. And there is a little split in that second group. We have the Amper guy and one Swede off the front there. And then Mikko bringing them back together. Oh, you can see the change in pace. Quite impressive if you have the power to go like that.
Yeah. But you see, it was like 10 seconds in some point, but the first group, they're not waiting.
No. Looked like the second group went really hard, and they seemed to be making headways, but then ran out of steam, and the first group still collaborates beautifully. And now the gap is growing again, and the main bunch is already 2 minutes behind. So we cannot say they have slowed down, but they are not bringing that group back either. And this sort of a gap is already looking like a terminal one. I guess it will be really hard now to bring this group back.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it won't happen anymore. This is in the front now, the Latvian rider, Ants Flaksis, also former professional rider.
Alojakin, right arm. Then I think Gert Kivistik. And all of them have their front numbers in aerodynamic position, i.e. unreadable. And this is the second group. Not really chain ganging anymore, but rather riding in a single file.
This is really hard point of the race actually, because you can for so long time now they have been so close already, but you can't like make the final push to really close the gap, and And also this group now, in a couple of last kilometers, it seems a bit unorganized as well. So there is like
some of the guys who are stronger and can push, and then some who are lagging behind a bit and just want to sit on. Obviously they want to contribute, but then if you don't have the power, it's quite hard. So welcome to some of our new followers on social media. This is the live coverage of 41st Tartu Rattaralli. This year, first time as part of the UCI Grand Fondo series. And we are live with feed from the road of the main event, 128 kilometers in length. We've done about 1/3 of it, and this, what we see, is the leading group. Leading by about 26 minutes of a 7-man group behind, and then about 2.5 minutes to the main bunch of the elite riders of male and female. Somewhere back on the road we have the age groups for the UCI Grand Fondo. Unfortunately at the moment there is no live coverage for them, nor do we know the time gaps. How is it going for them? As it stands, most represented nation is Estonia by far in the first groups, and it looks like the gap of 2 minutes will become unbreachable one for the main bunch.
Yeah, because it's already like increasing all the time.
So we still have more than 80 kilometers to go, far from being finished, and there will be some dropouts from that group, some attacks coming at later stages, but it's hard to see really someone coming back from the main bunch to make a connection. Oskar Nisu pulling faces. Now Lithuanian rider. So they do work in a nicely organized manner. Everybody doing their bit of work. This is the second chase group, or the first chase group, second group on the road. Last rider now Mikkel Reim, but looks like they've lost the steam of their going, so there is a good chance they will be falling back into the main bunch.
Yeah, would be easier for them to enjoy the rest of the day in the peloton.
Well, enjoy, or then find another attacking group and give it another go.
Yeah, maybe they just need to arrange the things.
Size of the main bunch about, what would you say, 50 riders? 60?
50, 60, yeah.
So from the original about 350 riders, it has trimmed down by quite a bit. I can see many of the Ampler shirts in that group.
Yeah, you asked before that who will win the race when the situation will stay like it is now. Then I would put my cards on the Romet Pajur from Bora Hansgrohe junior team. He's a super fast finisher.
Could well be. I'm thinking of whether I should put my cards on the old Fox Alojakin.
Yeah, this is also a good one to put your money, because if you now look the riders in the first group, the peloton team has the most riders here, so that means that they have some cards to play.
They have the cards.
Yeah, and actually they have 3 pretty fast guys: Alojakin, Oskar Nisu, and Gert Kivistik as well.
Yep. Will they do Jumbo Visma and 3-up finish?
Could happen. But again, I think Romet Pajur will be a tough guy to beat today.
Even tougher than Rattaralli?
Could be, yeah.
Well, remains to be seen. I think it will be less than about 1 hour, 45 minutes before they reach the finish area, and then all of this will be clear. Again, one of these little bumplets on the roads, rolling roads of Jõgevamaa. If they are lucky, they might even see some wild creatures out there. For bears, probably not. Some foxes, quite likely. Wolves, would be surprised, but they are there in the neighborhood. Some moose, maybe. It's springtime, and everybody's having fun. And this is the main bunch of the elite group, the third group on the road. Or fourth, because there seems to be a couple of riders up in front. Or that's a motorbike.
This is motorbike, but this is still, yeah, there is still chance that there are some riders between somewhere.
Now looks like clear road ahead. And these are the nice aerial shots from a drone high above and back to the motorbike. Back end of the leading group working nicely together. So when you were in Martinique, what did you do?
Also
tulin
cycling.
just teise grupi tagant esimese grupi taha. Poisid annavad ikkagi korralikult minna. Võib öelda, et siin alo eestvedamisel ikkagi vaimselt suruti see tagumine grupp ära. Mihkel Räim ja seal Rootsi poiss ja nad andsid küll endast kõik, aga
Looks like that was a short one. There was a cut in coverage. Axel was saying that the first group is going at full speed ahead, and it was Alo Jaakin's doings to put mental pressure on the second group and get the first group going in great collaboration to really not to be caught. And looks like they have mentally broken the second group, so they are leaders on the road. Mikael Räim and the Swedish guy were pushing really hard on the second group. That was word from the road, but it wasn't sufficient to really bring it back.
Yeah, I think like 2 riders against all those riders who are in the front group is like, yeah.
A little bit too much.
Yeah.
And now we saw some splits. I would say that was the second group.
Second group.
That had split it away. Some issues with the feed. We are deep in the woods, and the coverage there is not the best for high bandwidth all the time. But once out the woods, we should be okay again. So this is how the route looks like. Traditionally, Tartu Rattaralli has taken more of the southern roads of Estonia. Now it's heading to north and northeast of Tartu. And this is the main group on the road, slightly splintered, some activity, a few riders going off the front. Because for them now, well, I would say every place counts. If you can't race for the win, you can still race for the top 10, top 20 position. And even that is a good big achievement for amateur riders.
Yeah, definitely.
And the speed is up. Oh, well, it hasn't come down really.
It's been
At
like
any
this
point.
since the beginning for this group.
I remember that 1 year when I think the average speed for the first hour was higher than 50k an hour. And it was mainly, it was cross tailwind, and it was the German team that was pushing the pace in front, and it was horrendous going. They just kept on hammering.
Yeah, cross tailwind is anyway like the worst wind you can imagine.
But if you could fit yourself somewhere in that group, be sheltered, then it was quite enjoyable. But there were many unhappy faces of those people who couldn't hold the wheel, and you can't blame them. It wasn't easy. So that area we are heading towards near Lake Peipus is well known for quite a few things. One is onions. If you want to get the best onions in the world,
go there.
This is the place you should visit. The riders are not taking, no, actually, they are, I think, taking part of the onion road. So we have a full highway named as Sibulatee, or Onion Road, which used to be the way to get onions from that range to Tartu and then the rest of the world. So come in August, late July, and you'll get the best onions in the world, and you can buy them freshly picked. Well, they have to be dried so that you can store them, but essentially freshly picked. Onion pies, cabbage pies there, delicious. Another thing that region is well known for is fishing and all different sorts of fish dishes. Lake Peipus is a really good and big fishing place. Many fish of different varieties, starting from the usual perch, pike, sander, to other not so well-known fish. And they are caught there in numbers, and the locals know quite a few dishes to make out of them. Most famous probably smoked fish. I think that's also tradition in Saaremaa.
Yeah, it is. And when it's done like in a good way, then it's yeah, one of my favorite dishes. So
what is your favorite fish?
I think I don't have like this, like a favorite fish. In general, I like to eat fish, and like, yeah, I think the variety is a good thing there.
But fishing for you? You've done it?
Yeah,
you do it?
Sure, I have done it, but not like a regular basis. So, but this is something I like to do.
So looks like Gert finally got warm. Wind jacket off, some drinks on board, and also some instructions from the club DS. What should we do? But you can see the pace of the group. It's quite hard to get back on terms if you let the gap go.
Yeah, and now also with the second group, it's already 1.5 minutes. And it was 10 seconds in some point.
Yes, so they were essentially at sight. So what would you say for such a distance in such a weather? How much liquid do you need to drink and take on board?
I think you start with the race 2 bottles. I think if you already get 1 extra or 2 extras, then it should be enough to handle this thing.
2 liters,
yeah,
for the duration. And if it was 25 degrees and sun out fully, double that.
double or at least 2 extras. So maybe 6 bottles, 3 liters.
So these are the remnants of the second group. We've lost Mihkel.
Yeah,
So did he drop back or he's out in front? So the Swedish guy is still pushing. Peloton youngsters seem to be suffering a bit.
they are still there.
He's not taking any turns.
Yeah, because he have the 4 riders in the front, so. But now it looks, yeah, no chance to
Being forced to work.
yeah, or catching the first group. There is like no chance. But still, if they, yeah, go even harder in the first group, there could be a chance that some riders are, or were dropping out from the first group when some action is starting. Because now it's still fast, but anyway they are like
Controlling the speed.
controlling and working well together. And on the other hand, it looks to be there are like no weak riders in the front or just who have been lucky to be here. It's you need to be strong to be here.
And we still have a little bit more than half to go. At what point do you think they start doing the calculations as who's playing what part in the team, or how to finish it off in a most successful manner?
Good question. Maybe they will decide it like last 20 kilometers, what they will do exactly.
Yes, I don't think there will be any proper climbs coming at all. It's going to be just smooth rolling roads, tough surface, but nothing really that hard. So if anything, then the exposed fields near the lake, and then back from Koosa to Kavastu. If there is crosswind, so if the wind is of any strength, that might be where you can enforce yourself, because it would be pretty much straight crosswinds based on the forecast. Discussion going on between team guys. Unfortunately, couldn't hear what was being said.
What to do?
What to do. Gert has this somewhat interesting wobbly riding style, so he looks like tired, but actually it's far from being it. Whereas Oscar is going like a steam train.
Yeah, this is the thing that everybody has, let's say, his own style. Example, I don't know, if you're even looking how Froome is riding, it looks like he's like suffering all the time, but anyway.
So this should have been now the right-hand turn towards Alatskivi. A short stretch straight ahead, then a left-hand turn, another few hundred meters straight, and then a sharp right, and then they are heading towards the lake. And you can see the exposed fields, not much of a cover to be had there. No forests, no buildings, pretty much no nothing. Just you and the road. Another rider asking for a drink. Aivaras Mikutis.
Rider from Lithuania.
Latvia. Latvian rider. Part of Team Ampler. So talking of Ampler, Is that purely electrical bikes?
Only electrical, yeah. Nothing, nothing else.
And the focus being on casual riders?
Exactly, yeah. So no racing bikes, no mountain bikes. It's like, and also I think compared with some other e-bikes, it's the philosophy is a bit different. That the goal is to make a bike which looks like a normal bike, not so beefy or things like this. So.
But then these are just assisting engines, so it's not purely electrical engine that you don't have to do any work yourself.
Yeah, most of the e-bikes actually work like this. That you still need to pedal, but you will get some kind of assist, which is, I think, yeah, this should be the point. Otherwise, you should already buy the motorbike if you just want to.
That's true. And how much of a help will you get from that assisting engine, and for how long?
I think the example for the Ampler, you will get support around 70 kilometers. So one charging 70 kilometers, which is already, I would say, pretty good. It's a long distance you can cover with this. And I think the engine power is 250 watts. So yeah.
Oh, that's quite some. We got a correction on Facebook that Aivaras Mikutis is Lithuanian, despite what the graphics on the screen and on our papers claim. So sorry for that.
So then there are like two riders from Lithuania in the front group.
Still almost like neighbors to us, just a few hundred more kilometers away.
And the guy in the who was driving the Ampler car at the moment, or who's the sports director in the Ampler team, is brother of the Ants Flaxis, who's also part of the breakaway. And now you can see that probably he will get some drink from his. Actually, I think it's a younger brother. So again, one cycling family.
Traditional cycling family. So it looks like they've taken a bit easier now. Everybody having a drink, bit of a bite, fueling up for the next kilometers to come. Some smiley faces, but still far from being easy. With your training, how many kilometers would you last in that group if you were just to sit down and not to do any work on the front?
Currently, I think there is like no chance I would be in this group. So yeah, definitely no.
And this is the second feeding station in Alatskivi. Or past Alatskivi. Lahepera. And it's a straight on road towards Lake Peipus now. Still the same, exposed. You can see the tree front growing a bit different. So we are getting more into the wetlands or lower lands. So no high trees of that many anymore. It's more of birch and other smaller trees. And once we get to the lake side, then even these will be going away. And this is the chase group number one, the second group on the road. 2.5 minutes back already. That's how quickly things can turn. You were just about to catch them. 10 seconds is what, 150 meters?
Something like this, but yeah, when the first group is also like already going more or less full cast and you are going full cast, then there is.
These are the hardest 150 meters in your life.
Yeah. And also only 5 riders left in this second group now.
And at the moment we don't have information how far back is the main bunch of that first group. But they are not slowing down. Absolutely not. And you can see there is a bit of overcast sun out, looking at the shadows of the riders which have appeared. Initial forecast a few days ago was really gruesome. It was 6, 7, 8 meters per second wind, precipitation chance of about 80%, if not more, and rather cold. But it looks like it turns out to be a rather nice day out.
Yeah, I think all the riders have been really lucky today with the weather actually.
So they are now passing past Lahepera Lake on the right. Of that, I don't know anything. Should be good for fishing, I think. But I haven't been there.
Yeah, when it's already a lake, I think you can.
There must be some fish in it.
Yeah.
And you can see the lake on the right. And then the road will take a gradual right-hand turn. It's not even a turn, it's a curve. And then there will be a big lake, papers on the left-hand side, with Russia on the other side of the lake. It's a nice neighborhood to come and visit if you want to have some cultural exploration, take some days off, come and see, nice and peaceful, different culture, different neighborhood, lots of activities to be had there. You have to be aware of mosquitoes, because as we all know, mosquitoes like wetlands, and that there is plenty. I think it was 1 or 2 years ago, we came back from a fishing trip late night. We're driving back towards Tartu, and then it sounded like we just went through a war zone. The sheer number of mosquitoes on the road, they were essentially bombing the car. You could just hear like raindrops falling on your car. It was just
yeah, mosquitoes, they are like the worst part of the Estonian summer, in my opinion.
But then go to Lapland and it will be even worse. Compared to that, we have no mosquitoes.
And I just get the information that we are, or the main peloton is like 4.5 minutes behind the first riders. So that means 2 minutes behind the second group or first chasing group.
So the race has been decided. The winner will come from this group.
Yeah, it looks to be like this.
Some more drinks being handed out. So Jürgen seems to be in supporting duties.
Yeah, definitely the other 3 riders from the team should be more stronger than him. But you never know.
So we have what, 10 riders in the front?
Should be exactly 10.
So the top 10 is sorted, and then we have 5 riders in the Chase 1 group, and then we have about 50-60 riders in the main bunch.
Yeah.
And they are not shown on the map, but they can about the same time distance, then they should be some. So 2 minutes is what? 1.5 kilometers?
Yeah, if you go with like 40 km per hour, then it's 1.5 minutes. I think also at the moment for those second group is not so sure yet. Do they stay front of the main group or no?
Well, that's true.
Yeah, but I think the winner will come from the current leading group, definitely.
The leading group is going through village of Kolkja, and this is one of these world famous onion villages. So if you happen to be in the neighborhood later in the summer, early autumn, to pay a visit, these lakeside villages are really nice, just to drive through, have a walk, explore around. Lots of different architectural buildings, mostly wooden buildings, aligning the road, or both sides of the road.
Yeah, this is something which you don't see in any other place in Estonia. It's like something special.
Yes, and it lasts for quite a few kilometers, so it's almost like some of the modern metropolitan cities and suburban areas where you can't really see where one goes to another. So you go from one village to another one without actually noticing that you have left the borders. And we should be seeing some of these houses soon when they get through that road and go right by the lake. It could be that we can see some of the smoked fish stalls on the side of the road. These riders won't have the time to have a stop and buy something to take home or have a bite. Some of the later groups might well do it.
Yeah, it would be like this, that I think even now already the front group, they would have the time to do it because the time cap is enough. You could do it, but they won't do it.
Nice little village roads to explore. And they have more than 50% of the distance behind them. 58 to go. And looks like a safe deal for them. Let's hope that we'll get some coverage also from the groups behind, or from our own Bradley Wiggins, Aksel Nõmmela, who's on the motorbike somewhere on the road. Otherwise, looking at the front group is at one point getting a bit boring. Alo wants to get the time check. 3 minutes, Alo. 3 minutes.
Enough time. But again, interesting thing that, yeah, if or already pretty sure that the winner will come from this group, then the Rattaralli will get a completely new winner for the race, because none of those riders have won the race before.
Oh, true. And now you can see this little village road lined with houses on either side. All the logs nicely lined up. And you can pretty much bet that every single house has a little onion, potato, cucumber, tomato field somewhere on the back or out on the field. And this is their way of living. One interesting note, you might have seen the blue stripes on one of the house. As much as I've heard, it's been claimed that the blue color of such intensity is unliked by flies and mosquitoes. And that's the reason why in some regions quite a few of the houses are painted blue, just to keep the flies away.
It's a kind of hack then.
Don't know if it has any scientific proof. might do. At least for the beehives, they do paint them in absolutely ridiculous colors. And that apparently helps the bees to navigate back home. And I think there was also one rather interesting study about the bird nests, the human-made ones, that the birds seem to prefer the ones painted red compared to natural wooden look.
Again, yeah, interesting.
And so the leading group just keeps on rolling through, on and off, keeping the pace up. What would you say on a scale of intensity from 0 to 100? What is the intensity they are doing it at the moment?
At the moment, I think it got like a bit less than it was before. I think maybe 75, 80.
Even?
Yeah.
I would have said maybe 65, 70, but yeah, could be. So they have definitely trimmed back a bit, but the gap is still growing, which could mean that the second group on the road is or has given up and is about to be caught by the main bunch, or that all of them are going way slower than the leading group is. You can see the greenhouses on left and right, and these are also the key features of that region. First fresh cucumbers and tomatoes are already out. For those people who started that business early, even though the spring has been really, really late this year. Cold and late. So there you go, that's the speed difference. Well, okay, you have to take it with a pinch of salt. But still, the leading group going a fair kilometer an hour faster than the second group on the road.
Yeah, still on the picture it looks like pretty steady and easy, but they're going more or less 50 km per hour. So
yeah, if I was to come back to the question, how many meters would you stand on the back of that group? The answer would still be not too many.
not too many, definitely.
Yeah, to give some context, 50 kilometers an hour is the speed limit for cars in cities. And that's what they are doing on the bikes. Fair enough, it's slightly downhill here, so that helps. But even then, it's not easy work. They've been on the road now for 1 hour
35 minutes.
and 35 minutes. And we expect them to be at the finish in about 1 hour and 10-15 minutes. Should be rather realistic. I hope the age groups on the road are having fun themselves, that they've been safe. From the bus we can see finishers coming from the 61 kilometer distance, one by one and in small groups. So there are quite a few riders on the road, and yet more to come home. I guess we have to start placing bets soon. Who will be the one? And when and how will it all finish? The route back to the finish line will be also an interesting one, looking at the map. Has not been used in the past, to the best of my knowledge.
So again, something completely new.
Yes, that was my impression, that they are indeed, they are using the bridge over Onnekanal that has not been used over Onnekanal and Emajõgi, which has not been used in the past. So it will be an interesting one, and then we have a couple of tight bends there that need to be taken carefully, and then it's a full-on sprint.
I think pretty
for
much
about a kilometer or so.
Yeah, kilometer should be like a wider road and straight.
But positioning will be a key, even though for them it's a small group and maybe not that important. We did see it yesterday though, during Tartu GP, where before hitting the lossy climb of cobblestones, you really had to be up in the front to be able to hammer it properly and not to lose any distance. And the front group keeps on riding away as a team. So we want to see some action. Who do we have to call?
I think we still need to wait some kilometers to see the action.
Maybe we can ask someone to send a camera bike back to the main bunch and get some view from there. And here we are back on the drone. And as it was.
Tervist! Sõitsime just siit Peipsi äärest mööda. Väga ilus tee valitud selleks aastaks. Rõõm näha ikka ka vaheldust Rattaralli trassil. Ja siin mina olen praegu selle esimese grupi taga. Igatahes poisid töötavad väga hästi koos. Ainult Jörgen Matsin kavalpea, ma ei tea vist, üritab finišiks hoida, mulle tundub. Aga üleüldises plaanis, ega siin midagi praegu väga teha ei ole. Tuul on ka pigem vastu. Et ma arvan, et nad siin töötavad niimoodi praegu koos veel ikka paarkümmend kilomeetrit vähemalt ja siis ikkagi, kui me jõuame Tartule lähemale, hakatakse siin rohkem testima, kellel kui palju jalas on veel. Aga minu poolt hetkel kõik tagasi stuudiosse.
So this was Axel Nõmmela from the bike behind that first leading group, and you can see Axel there with his visor open. He said it's a really nice choice of roads for this year. Scenic and nice to go. The group seems to be working well in cohesion. He did mention that Jürgen might, one of the 4 peloton riders, is trying to outfox the others and not work that much. So either saving up for the sprint or executing a plan of some different design. We'll see.
Maybe he's the chosen sprinter for the team.
Could be a chosen sprinter. Axel also mentioned that the wind seems to be mostly headwind at the moment. I don't exactly know where they are on the roads. If they are still by the lakeside, then it should be rather crosswinds. If they've already taken the roads, the right-hand turn towards Koosa, then indeed it should be pretty much straight headwind. At least based on the forecast. And you can see the exposed fields, so no cover to be had. Probably still a little bit early to see any proper attacks to go. 50 kilometers on your own, or even as a 2 or 3 up, will be potentially too much. So we'll see. I would expect maybe the first attempts to go somewhere between Koosa and Kavastu, or then from Kavastu onwards, where we also have rather exposed fields. But maybe there will be no attacks, and it will be a fair 10-up sprint.
I think there will be at least something, because, yeah, I'm pretty sure not all of those riders want to do the sprint.
Yeah, if I was there, I would just want to last until the end. I wouldn't sprint. And these are the yellow fields of what is it now? The famous oil seed. Quite a good plant for the bees, like a honey plant. And then you can press quite a bit of oil out of the seeds later in the autumn. And they look rather illustrious in their deep yellow color against the blue sky and green forest. And looks like Axel was right. Jürgen is not showing his nose that much.
Now it looks he's moving to the front.
He's now back in the line, but I guess it is a balanced game of poker. How much you can really poker face the others before it backfiring to your own ambitions. Here we saw one of the tandem bikes finishing, going from the 61-kilometer distance. So they made it safely back home. Still no word of the racing tandem of the elite group.
I think now already a big chance that this tandem could be back in the main group as well, because the main group is not like going too fast.
So they are keeping the powder dry to finish for the 11th place potentially. You have the time gaps. How does it look?
I have it from the 63-kilometer mark, but then not the latest one yet. 63 kilometers.
And now most of the clouds have been blown away, looks to me. And it's getting extremely warm in the bus, I must say.
It is getting warm.
And more finishes are coming from the road.
And also the spectators are showing up.
And there will be more of them in about 1 hour time. Will be interesting to know if some of the last 61-kilometer riders will be caught by the leading group of the long distance. Or is the speed difference still and distance difference so big that they will be all safely back home?
I think we also saw a kick bike going to the 60-kilometer course in the morning, so...
Well, actually two I saw.
Yeah,
Yep.
so I even don't have the idea how fast you can go with this one, so maybe they will catch something like this.
They are going rather fast. I knew a person once who was a kick biker, and I think he said the training speeds he was doing, it was amazing. I think occasionally averaging near 30k an hour.
Okay, this is pretty fast.
This is fast.
Yeah.
But then these are not the normal trick scooters either. They are more looking like actual racing bikes. Well, you still have to push them, but they do roll along rather nicely. And we have another tandem finishing. Quite a few of them here. And long aerial shot of the fields around and behind the leading group on the road. Nothing to be seen behind them. And it's more than 4.5 minutes, so that would be distance-wise something like 3 kilometers.
Yeah, plenty of space between the groups.
So now I'm willing to place my first bet that the winner will come from this group and no one from behind will be able to get back to them. Even if all the pros in the main group would join the forces, then I don't think it will be sufficient. Lots of firepower here. And warm gear is being handed out. Pockets lightened up. Guess it will be quite warm for them already. Actual reading in Tartu is 13.2 centigrades. So far from being as warm as you would deduce from the looks of what you see on the screen. But at least for me, that sort of a temperature range is much more preferable over 25 or 30 degrees. At least for cycling events. I much prefer to have a cooler weather.
In my opinion, like around 20 is okay. But yeah, like if it's already more than 25, then it's not so nice anymore.
It's nice to go and lie on the beach. So what we thought might have been a really active race with lots of different strategies to be played out didn't quite prove to be the case, except for the first 10 or 20 kilometers or so, when there was some attacking. And once the front group went clear, it has been a rather peaceful ride in a group. Hard, but no sense of playing games yet. So we can hope that that firework is yet to start.
Lähme natuke lähme paremale poole. Sõitjatest paremale poole. Nii, ma olen siin. Vaatame korra, kuidas see nagu olustik siin pundis on. Kindub hästi. Poisid, mis te arutate siin? Mis te arutate siin? Ennest räägime, mis hommikuks sõime. Mis sa sõid siis? Ma sõin müslit. Okei. Kas tundub, et müsli pealt tuleb täna ka võit? Jah, võib-olla. Vaatame, mis saab. Okei, selge. Jörgen Matt, kas sina oled täna pelotoni sprinter? Okei, edu sulle! Niimoodi siin ilusas üksmeelest need poisid sõidavad, ilus vaadata ausalt. Aga ega ma arvan, et sellist ilusat üksmeelt siin enam kauaks ei jätku. Varsti jõuame juba Tartule lähemale ja küll see läheb paugutamiseks. Minu poolt praegu kõik.
So Axel took a bit of a closer ride to the group, asked some questions. How are they feeling?
What they eat for the breakfast?
What did they have for the breakfast, and will it help them to get through the day and bring the win in? The winning formula, what we think might be, is muesli. At least that's what Bajur said he had for the breakfast, and he's one of the bets of Rigo, as I understood.
Yeah, in my opinion, he could be the strongest guy in the front. Even Talci, he's just or still a junior, but super strong rider, probably one of the best junior riders in the world at the moment. So.
And then he did ask from Jürgen Mait, one of the 4 peloton guys, whether he's the designated sprinter. Couldn't hear what the answer was.
But there was like a thumbs up, so probably it was a yes.
I think they will all sprint. And they come through another feeding station, which I think should be the last one.
At least all of those guys should be awarded in the ceremony later on, because I think the
10 best ones get a
10
prize.
or in some point it was already
12.
or 12, yeah. So
it is something for them to write for. So it wasn't the last, it was last of the feeding stations, and then there will be a RC Cola drink station still coming up with about 10 kilometers, 15 kilometers until the end.
and the gap is getting close to 5 minutes already.
And the riders are now through Koosa, and there is a nice rolling road from Koosa to Kavastu, which I know quite well, because this is the route we are using for one of the local time trial series events, to have a roughly 25 mile event of 40 plus kilometers, and it is on these roads. And now it looks like there is a technical issue. But that shouldn't be too much of a worry. I think he'll get back to the group quite nicely.
Yeah, with a bit help from the team car, and should be back there.
On that road, a few kilometers ahead, there was one little dog, one of these worst kinds with lots of noise. Not much of a size, but he quite liked running along or attacking the cyclist. Not properly attacking, but just hiding away, sheltering away somewhere behind the bushes, and then when the cyclist came, then just jumping out and starting barking. Caused quite a few emotions, let's put it that way. So let's see if the dog is still out today or not. Hopefully not.
So this could be the good attacking point for the first guys.
Yes. And this road, I think, was surfaced some years ago, like a bit more. 7 years ago. Before that, it used to be a gravel road, and then it got resurfaced with a tarmac-like compound, one of these recycled leftovers from some road work. And it works quite nicely. There you go, spectators out, flags waving, heavy machinery. And this is finally, we see some pictures from the second group on the roads. And it looks like just 2 of them left. So the Swedish guy is still riding for the podium then. Let's check if it is indeed true that the first 12 will get podium presentation. But looks like the young ones have been abandoned. They ran out of energy.
Yeah, pretty hard to cover the distance, like only with 3, 4, 5 riders.
No, so it will be 6 best men, 6 best women.
Okay.
On the prize giving. So there will be already in the first group, there will be 4 losers in the bench, losing out on the podium presentation. Now the aerial shots are nice, especially when the weather is nice. Spring in full bloom. Slow to start, but still. And you can see there is quite a strong wind based on the trees, and we are really on the exposed area. So if somebody wants to make it hard, then we are approaching the time where this can be made. Then again, you won't be able to ride away alone.
Yeah, but I think exactly this is the thing. What they are doing now, or what they want to do, is just keep the pace up and make it hard for everybody. Just to not to make it too easy for somebody to hang around there.
So it's the war of attrition. Tire out all your opponents as much as possible and then make most of it. And Jörgen Matti is sitting on the back, missing the turns. And we have 9 guys in the front, and I guess the 10th guy is coming up. So it was the Ampler Lithuanian.
Yeah,
who had the technical.
Mikutis.
Yeah, and he's back. You can see the Ampler car, and there was a hand taking the bottle, so he should be behind the commissaire car now and getting back onto the first group as we speak. Then again up in the front to decide the eventual winner of 41st Tartu Rattaralli, the biggest cycling event in Estonia and in whole of Europe for riders of different abilities and age categories. Want to plan for a holiday around this region? Well, aim for the last weekend of May. That's when Rattaralli will happen. And don't come along, bring your kids, lots of activities for them. Bring your flags, lots of opportunities to wave the flag. Support the riders during Tour of Estonia, and all going well, we should have second edition of the women's race also next year, which is a good thing to see.
And the information is like this, that now, let's say the main group is only like 40 seconds behind the second group, or the second group, which consists only 2 riders at the moment. So probably they will get
Caught.
back together. Yeah, and the main group is also maybe maximum like 25 riders only.
Okay, so there have been further splits there.
Yeah, if the information is correct, what I have, then the group is splitted.
But still no way for them to make connection with the leading group and
I
fight
think
for the win.
For this, it's too late already.
And these roads I do know quite well. Used to do a couple of these long TTs myself, because I was the guy who started them, so I had to ride them. And still, to date, this is the longest time trial race in Estonia. Even the Estonian champs for the elite will tend to be a few kilometers shorter.
How long is this one?
41.2.
Okay.
Or something like that. So if we omit all of these triathlon distances, then it's by far the longest time trial. And it's a single up, so it's not a team time trial. But it has got positive feedback, and looks like people quite like to push themselves through the pain barrier for 1 hour and a couple of minutes, which is good to see. Because such distances are really famous and popular in the UK, for example.
Yeah, I think it's 25 miles there.
Yes, 25 miles is like the golden standard of time trial. Well, 10 miles is maybe the golden, and then 25 is silver standard. And then you have 50 mile, and then you have 100 mile, which is almost like a triathlon, just omitting the swimming and running part. Some food and drinks taken on board. And this seems to be a can of Coke. Fast sugar with some bubbles in it for faster absorption. I think they are now about halfway between Koosa and Kavastu. In Kavastu, the riders will take a 90-degree right-hand turn, and then it will be again rolling distance with one smaller descent until they get to a highway for a short stretch, and then they turn left and take smaller side roads to come back towards Tartu from the other side.
It shouldn't be like, if they want to start attacking or something like this, then I think during maybe the next 15 kilometers it can go already pretty interesting.
Until they leave it really late and try and do it right before the city borders or somewhere there. The bridge they are going to cross as the last step before the final sprint is actually also quite, well, not steep, but it's still with a bit of a rise and quite a long one. So you
Could be windy as well.
could be windy as well. So you can cause some damage there, potentially. Some stretching going on. Has been a reasonably long day in the saddle. Not quite Giro d'Italia scale yet, but nevertheless 2 hours and few minutes more have they already been en route. So I guess at that point 30 kilometers almost feels like being back home.
Yeah, not so much to go anymore.
So fireworks, we want to see some fireworks. Nation-wise, what do we have them in the first group then? We have 2 Lithuanian riders. We have
One Latvian,
one Latvian.
and then rest should be
We have,
Estonians.
4 peloton Estonian riders, so that's 4. Right arm, 5. Romet Pajur, 6. And then we had the Finnish guy.
No,
Didn't-
Finnish
no,
guy
he
was,
was
in the second
group.
We have another junior rider, Lauri Tamm,
Oh yeah.
I think was the guy. Was it?
Checking.
Number, I don't see the number. 317. Yes, Lauri Tamm.
Okay. So it's 7 against 3 then. And it's a Baltic Cup then.
Yeah.
Oh well, that will be an interesting one. Who gets the bragging rights to be the best of the Baltic riders? Peloton team for sure has the strength in numbers, so I would expect that some pressure is put on their shoulders at one point to start maybe doing more work or or if they just start attacking.
I think for them also, yeah, it seems to be logical that they will be the ones who are starting to attack, because yeah.
And this could be why Jürgen is sitting on the back and keeping the powder dry, waiting for the get-go signal.
Yeah, he could be the one, yeah, who will attack, and because the rest of the guys, they are better finishers, so, or faster sprinters. Because this is like yeah, there is 10 guys in the group, so I don't know. There is like no point to some crazy lead out that you will use like 3 team members and something like this. So for me, it makes more sense that there will be some attacks from them.
And try to split it up earlier.
Yeah.
Make it easier. Even though it would be good to see a proper 4-man lead out.
Yeah.
On that last kilometer, like a professional scale. But then it's easy to say, hard to execute.
And also in such a small group, it doesn't give, this lead out doesn't give you that kind of advantage what you will get in the punch sprint, like a standard punch sprint, like I don't know, 100 guys or getting to the line together, because it's easy to find the correct position.
And here we have back on the main bench and remnants of the second group on the road. The last 2 guys have been caught or will be caught in a 3 seconds time. Good effort they gave, but it proved to be too hard. And indeed, the main group has been limited in numbers. Still quite a few of them here. Risto Raid I can see in front, taking the turns.
Already like 8 minutes behind.
Some leg stretching. Is that an indication of cramps up ahead? Or just trying to get some freshness?
Probably the second reason.
I think we should have Kavastu now pretty much up ahead. Even though that road looks pretty similar for most of its length. Used to be quite hard surface, so such big stones.
It's yeah, it was pretty bumpy.
Yep. But I guess it may have been smoothened down a little bit now due to the traffic and all. But it's still far from being really nice and smooth surface like on the track. Talking of which, have you ever been to a track?
No track racing.
Not at all.
Not at all. Couple of times when I took part of the Tour of Helsinki, something similar like Rattaralli in Finland. So there the race will end in the velodrome. So only I've done a couple of times finish there, but not like track racing. So.
But the Helsinki velodrome is what, 400 meters in tarmac, I think, with not much.
It's tarmac, yeah.
Not much of slope in it. I've never been there. I've just heard the stories. But I've had a chance to ride the track in Glasgow on Sir Chris Hoy velodrome. And also in Edinburgh on the now demolished outdoor meadowbank wooden 250 meter velodrome, which was good fun. And I even have a little piece of commemorative wood from there when they demolished the track.
But you were like taking part of some races or just?
Yeah, so first you had to get accredited, so that meant some training rides and then pretty much like taking an exam. And once you were accredited, then you could take part of some competitions. And interestingly enough, it wasn't that easy to get access to the track. There were, I think, lots of competitions, all different sorts going on. And then us for mere mortals or amateurs, it wasn't that easy. But we did manage to get some slots for the local clubs. And then we had these inter-club competitions of different sorts, and then some training days of different riders, different rides. And then we also used to have some amateur racing in Panevežis in Lithuania, organized by some Estonian like old school riders, and we went there, had 1 or 2 days of fun on the track, and then came back.
And what is your favorite distance in the track?
I think everything was good. It's just good fun. At that time, potentially I was best suited for individual pursuit, but then scratch was a good fun to have. Then the devil takes the hindmost. I didn't have a good experience with. I crashed out because I didn't want to be the last one, and then the first bunch, they just slowed down so heavily that I bumped into one of the guys there and came down the slope. So that's my only track crash. But I think it was really good, and as a training opportunity for young riders, it's brilliant fun. I mean, you can do so many short, intensive races during one training session. You can win. Well, you can learn about strategies, lead outs, playing tricks, whatnot. So it's definitely something to have if you have use for it, and go.
And I think also, like, skill-wise, it's something which gives you a lot.
Yes. And as it was mentioned yesterday, what was it? 2 or 3 of the Bike Exchange team members were from track background, either team pursuit or individual pursuit, and
I think there are
was it even
4 riders.
World Championship grade and quality.
And also I think all of those 4 riders in the team, they also have the Olympic medals. So
yep.
So top level guys. But the thing what they had yesterday in the streets of Tartu was something completely
different. Absolutely. So this is now the right turn, going through Kavastu and heading pretty much straight on towards Tartu, even though the road is not that straight. And right about here, at that mark of 200 meters to go, we had our finish line for the time trial, coming from that other side. But now it's going to be the same or similar rolling roads, no climbs, so no really difficult bits to enforce yourself. I think if anything, then in some of the more exposed parts, they might make use of the crosswinds if there is anything still left. Otherwise, it has to be a brute force attack to try and separate the leading group. And you can see now, I think the cohesion is slowly leaving the groups, and they are more lined up. It's not rolling through anymore that smoothly as it was before. But I guess they also know that it's only 20 kilometers until the end. The main bunch is so far back that they could essentially go and have a coffee stop and still fight for the win.
And I think also, in my opinion, this battle between Alo Jakin and those 2 junior riders is pretty interesting, because as I know, Alo is mainly the head coach of the junior team.
Could be.
Yeah. So basically it will be like
him against the pupils.
Yeah.
Well, but imagine the joy if he manages to beat them. The bragging rights in the bus.
Mm-hmm.
We'll see. 23 kilometers to go, and we'll know who will take the honors. Whoever it does, it will be a new winner in the history of Tartu Rattaralli. and well deserved. So now they should be through the alley, and shortly a descent, a slight right hand bending one should come. Going this way, it's a descent. When we had the time trial finishing up that, then it was the one last sting before the finish. It wasn't easy. It's not a long one, it's not a steep one, but if it comes like 37 kilometers in and you still have then 2 kilometers to the finish, then it's rather nasty. It looks like they are taking it rather easy.
Yeah, everything is still friendly.
So when will be the attacking point? 15 kilometers to go. 10 to go.
I think we can start to expect something maybe from last 15. Before I said 20, but now it looks more like 15.
And if I'm not mistaken, then we should be also going past Rein Taaramäe's place, somewhere nearby. So he knows the roads quite well. As does Hanna, who also rode yesterday as part of the Hawaii Express team in the ladies' tour of Estonia.
Yeah, and I think she did it pretty well.
21st in the finish, and was over the moon with the result and the performance.
Meanwhile, when Rein is doing the Giro, then the wife is also
bringing in glory on home soil. So looks like the finishers from 61 kilometers have tried up. Still some occasional ones coming. People are waiting. Hopefully we have now more people lining up for the sprint to come in about half an hour time. And it looks like the prediction regarding finishing time has been rather accurate. So if they continue the pace of 40k an hour, it will be about 30 minutes before they reach here, which is actually a little bit ahead of the schedule. And I think they will keep a faster pace than 40.
Yeah, I think 40 is, 40 they will do anyway.
40 is a training speed for them. A little bit of downhill still, and then about 2, 3, 4 kilometers time there is a riding base on the right and left hand side of that road. So anyone interested in horse riding, that's where you can go. Looks like Alo hurt his finger or something, or it was just sticky. I wanted to get some water.
Yeah, so far for their team, it's been I would say a perfect race.
Dream come true.
Yeah.
Could have not wished for anything better.
Yeah, it's like watching the Spring Classics, and then this peloton team is now a little bit same like Quick Step from the World Tour, that if you have 10 riders in the break, then 5 or 4 of them are in the one team. So.
Yeah. And if they could now pull off the Jumbo trick of finishing 3 up top podium spots, then that would mean massive celebrations in Tartu. I think that fireworks will be seen too far away.
Yeah, actually all those, I think Nisu, Jakin and Kivistik, they are pretty equal in the sprint. So all of them are fast guys. So.
Plus they are all really good time trialists, so they can push the numbers for quite some time, keep the pressure on. So the same time trial series we are running, Alo has been taking part on the same road bike, so not on a TT bike but on a road bike. And I think if you compare the times, like in general, so he's in a different classification, but in general he's been in from top 3 to top 6, so essentially going the same pace on a road bike as some of the amateurs do on a TT bike. But he seems to have some sort of an issue.
Yeah, flat tire maybe, or no.
We'll see. Hopefully it's nothing major. Waiting for the team car, pointing to the bike. But still continuing on. 18 kilometers to go and first discussions taking place. Not long before the riders take a right turn, and then shortly thereafter a left-hand turn, or pretty much go straight on to crossing to head towards Tartu. And there it will be again a bit of an open area. So if the wind is blowing, that will be a chance to cause a break or cause some harm. Lithuanian rider was also asking for some help or some support. Last drinks. This is essentially the last moment to take some energy on board. A few minutes more and then it will be too late. Whatever you take, whatever you drink, it will not have time to support your organism energy-wise. And now you can see up ahead the riding pace. There was a warning sign of horses on the roads. That's one of the bigger facilities. So anyone interested in getting some riding expertise, start horse riding, or just have a nice birthday party, look it up. And from here we have about 1.5–2 kilometers
Till the main road.
Yes, when they cross the roads. And then I fully expect the fireworks to start. At least I know on the training rides, this Kabina region has been the region where the attacks have been flown. But then this is not the training ride. This is one of the most famous and historical races in Estonia. Everyone wants to win it. Everyone who knows of it. And also, as already said, we do have participants from all over the country, all over the world, from neighboring countries. In this leading group, as already mentioned, it's 7 Estonians, 1 Latvian and 2 Lithuanians. So it will be a Baltic Cup to decide who will win this year's race. But then on the road we have had and still have riders from Europe, some from US. Well, you mentioned the bike exchange team left, so probably no Australians and New Zealanders then left on the road.
At least not from this team, yeah.
So we may have some tourists who have come for the occasion. But Belgium, Ireland, Luxembourg, Poland, Sweden, Finland, Germany, Switzerland, Denmark, Ukraine have all been represented by different riders taking part of different events. "15 kilometers to go. Fireworks have not yet started. And now my bet is they won't start before hitting the next stretch of the road near Kabina.
Yeah, probably you know better those attacking places. So.
Well, one thing is what we predict, the other thing is what they do.
Yeah.
And that we don't know. So you can see the crossing up ahead. Essentially they go pretty much straight across the main road. And then follow for another 3 or 4 kilometers with a sweeping right hand bend. And then they take a 90-degree left-hander. And then it's another stretch of exposed area, which has proven to be rather hard on training rides. So no climbs, no bumps, just rough surface, exposed area. But we'll see what they do or what they don't. Some plan is in the hatching for peloton team for sure. Left hand turn was mentioned.
So maybe something there.
So that would sound like a good place to go. Try and take the bend at speed and then just kick off, get a gap and then fire away. But others are being kept aware. They know that something is up. And it's not at all surprising. If you have 4 members from one team, then you know that they will make a plan at one point.
How is the wind direction in the last 10 kilometers example? Or?
That should be, so at the moment, based on forecast, it should be pretty much straight on headwind.
Okay,
once
so
they take that left-hand turn, it should be sort of cross headwind. And when they get past Kabina Carrier, then it's again a bit of headwind. And then they are pretty much in the city, so I don't think wind will play that big a role anymore.
So actually, like, let's say, to going solo is actually not so...
It's not going to be easy.
Yeah, or it's maybe not, or they don't want to go too early.
But then I think after Kabina, well, it's not that exposed. So if you have the power, you can survive. If you do get the gap and there is no one willing at the back to try and chase you. But that we will see. Jürgen is definitely up for something.
Yeah, he's been riding like a road captain for the team, like.
And the left-hand turn should be coming up in about 500 meters time or so. And they know it. This is the last sweeping bend to the right, and then shortly thereafter it will be the left-hander. So will the attack go? Who will it be? Or will it be a proper sprint lead out to the line? There is wind blowing. They have lined up in echelon formation, but nobody's really pushing to break it yet.
I think this Latvian guy is also, he can be sort of surprise, because I think already now like five 5 years maybe, or 5 seasons, he has been like a complete amateur. But last year also he finished, if I remember correctly, 2nd or 3rd in the Latvian road race championships.
Mm-hmm.
So actually still have the level to perform very well.
And they're still working together, so no obvious signs of attacks. Well, maybe then they are holding back and trying to put that attacking mode in with less kilometers to go. And it seems to be head crosswind by looking at the position of the riders. Trying to keep as low as possible, as little of air resistance as possible. So now they should be starting slowly, taking right hand curvature to get to Kabina. There is a bit of descent and small rise there, but it's really small in worldwide comparison. Jürgen got up to speed, so is this a sign of
Something.
going for it, or just showing that fine, I'll work? Or is Gert leading him out for the attack? No attack. I guess they have to be wary also of the positioning in the bunch so that they won't get boxed in case somebody decides to go from the left hand side, and if all of them are somewhere packed on the right hand side, then it's not good for them.
Yeah, actually the Peloton team is the only one at the moment who even can make some kind of mistakes because they have the power to bring the things back. But all the other riders, they are lone ones, so better not to mess up with anything. Or
so this is now the little bit of downhill, and then there is a small rise that was seen up ahead. On that road, on that part of the road, it was the European Championships in time trial.
In 2015, I think.
Was it already that long ago?
Yeah.
Oh, time flies.
Yep.
And it was good to see how all of the best racing and training times were beaten by a massive margin.
All the Strava comms went.
They went in a blow. What was it? The fastest guy averaged, I think, close to 50k an hour for the whole distance, or was it even above 50? It was amazing. And the road surface was even rougher back then, so it wasn't an easy route anyways, and I think it was rather windy also, as much as I remember. So some more sweeping turns, and then they should be approaching a sharp left-hander, which takes them to City. For a big bunch, that left-hander will be a critical point, so their positioning will be a key for them. I don't think it will be that much of an issue because the group is small and everybody has the space. Then again, it might be one of the places to go. And then you have about 7 kilometers until the end, which is
doable alone.
It's doable. There you go. That's the left-hander. A sharp one, almost turning back on yourself.
Because anyway, this it looks like they have been riding like friendly, or everybody's doing the same amount of work during the race, but I think the impact of each rider has been different. So maybe for some riders it has been already.
And we have the attack.
Okay, from the Lithuanian.
And it's Alo.
Who's following?
Romet Pajur going after them. That was to be expected. But no break yet.
Now this friendship is kind of broken, so now it will start.
Everyone for their own. But they have the time to play with. There is no risk of the main group catching them. So they can almost do some track stand if they want to. So these are some of the narrow roads. And here we have to say...
it's a gravel?
There is a bit of a gravel, but it's...
some road works.
Really nice and smooth it looks. It has been raining and it has been like pressed down to solid surface. Saying hi to Sander Suurna, one of the organizers of the TT series, whose house was passed just...
Yeah, he's living pretty close to the place.
So he might have been out with a flag. And we can see more people gathering in city center because they know something is about to happen. In about 10 minutes time, 11, 12 minutes time, depending how much of a playing ground there will be. The leading group will get to the city and Jörgen goes. And this is the classical, let's slow the bunch down. Right arm is keeping a close eye. Well, nobody's letting a gap go yet. So now it should be all main roads again. No more gravel, no more really narrow roads.
Romet Pajur is going. Or increasing the space.
And he's the person who can't be let go. Well, by the looks of it, I would bet on a bunch finish.
10 together?
Looks likely. And then we have another try. Olo goes. Oh, that's a dangerous one.
For Romet Pajur also, it can be a bit tricky, example when there are like super fast places or when the sprint is you have the wind from the back, so
Alo is disappointed.
Yeah.
No luck this time. I can see who's he unhappy about. Everybody, and the Lithuanian goes. That was a bit of a half-hearted attempt. Yeah, looks like it will be attacking until the finish. And there you go, we have some riders still on the road from the 61. So we might see the kick bikers. And Jörgen has another go. Bit of road works. Hopefully the bumps are not too heavy on the tires.
Now this attacking mode is also, it can be like this, that in some point they will just, or somebody have the luck to escape, because others are like not like physically tired yet, but they just nobody wants to close the gap anymore. And
we have another one. Oh, not really.
now,
Always going.
but yeah, they have the power, so
They have to try.
yeah, this is what they need to do.
Right arm on the mission to catch the coach. Always not happy about it at all. Well,
It looks like no more national team invitations for those riders anymore from Malo. So
you have to work for it. Nobody said it's gonna be easy. You have to work for it. And they have the time. They don't have to worry about anyone coming from the behind. So Latvian attack. Neutralized the same. Well, it doesn't look like anybody really has the power to go for that full-on attack to carry it all the way. Even though it's only 3.5, less than 3.5 kilometers. So it's a track pursuit distance for seniors in 200 meters time. And Jürgen goes again. He was the joker card to be tried. Peloton is not chasing, so it's up for the others to decide. Right arm goes. And Jürgen can also time trial really well.
maybe not the strongest side what he can do, but yeah.
And he's the coach of young kids at Peloton.
Correct.
Of age, 8 to 14 or something like that. So a good example of leading by example. Show how it's done. So this is the left-hand turn. Shortly after it will be a right-hand turn. And then it will be a bit of a straight highway before they turn to the bridge. And you can see the bridge there.
Again, for the Peloton team, it's like this, that on the one side they are in the best situation at the moment, but another, if they don't win the race, they are like a
quick step.
Yeah.
At worst of times. So they have entered the bridge now. Normally, so this is against the traffic flow they are riding, but the bridge has been closed for the traffic. And they are on the upward slope of the bridge at the moment, about to cross on a channel. And then shortly thereafter, Emajõgi. And then it will be a left-hand turn, and then taking the road down to the final sprint of about 1 kilometer. And again, it's all up ahead.
Together with
Latvian Flux.
Hans Fluxes.
And still no luck.
I wouldn't say no luck, not enough power. If you go fast enough, you will get the gap.
I guess everybody's dreaming of winning alone ahead of the bunch, but looks like it will be a bunch sprint of limited size. And this is now the straight road ahead to the finish. One last little bit of a sweeping turn, and Alo is still pushing for it. And Alo is going for it, not waiting for the sprint. trying to get his time trial mode. And we have less than a kilometer to go now. You can see the finish up ahead. And he has the gap. And he has the gap. They are closing. Is it enough? I don't think it will be. Right arm, Romet Pajur coming at full speed from behind. It's about 200 meters to go. 100 meters to go. And the sprinters have switched on the rockets. And looks like you were right.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I didn't put any money on it, so.
Caught on the line. Just caught on the line. Good effort. But couldn't beat the raw power of young generation. And I can see from the window the family of Romet Pajur jumping up and down.
Yeah, celebrating.
Screaming. Well, congratulations.
But for sure, he's like one of those guys who will be probably in the top level of cycling in the world in a couple of seasons. So yeah, super strong guy.
And looks like he has now recovered enough to get back on foot and find his way back to the area. Olo looking disappointed. Then again, still friends, shake of hands, good work. And now we are counting down the minutes until the main group will come.
Yeah, this finish should be also interesting one to follow.
Lots of strong guys still left there, but we don't know in which formation. And this is a replay of the finish. When Romet switched on the boosters, there was nothing to be done against it.
So Alojakin finishing second and Rattaralli in third.
Yes.
And then I think it was Oskar Nisu taking fifth.
Let's look at that.
Fourth place.
Well, good work. Still another replay. And we were ahead of schedule by about 7 minutes or so. So it proved to be a bit faster than initially predicted.
More likely the main peloton will arrive on
schedule.
Yeah. On the last check they were like 7 minutes behind.
So let's see how many of them left there. And then we still have quite a few of UCI Gran Fondo placings to be played out. And this is the situation of which we don't have much of information. So it was, right, they've omitted third place, but it's a full Estonian podium. First 6 riders are all Estonian. They've omitted right arm at the moment. Probably some timing issue, just for the time being. So this Baltic Cup win overall goes to Estonia. But good effort by our neighbors. Come back next year to repair the mistakes made.
Yes, yesterday's tour was won by Lithuanians, so
payback time.
Yes. So at the moment it looks like the Latvians were the big losers of the races.
Of the Baltic Cup.
Yeah.
So let's see if we can get some live results by age groups also from last feeding station. If we do have something coming up. It doesn't look like they have come through the last feeding station yet. So we have some timing from station at 87 degrees, and for the age group of 19 to 34 it seems to be, well, a group of reasonable size. And what I recognize is Kristo and Vaga is in that group, and Kristo was yesterday's motorbike rider on the road. And still lots of replays of the finish we just saw. The age groups are on the road, and still quite some time for them to come through. And by the looks of it, lots of foreign riders there. Well, you cannot do any predictions really based on the feeding station timing, but at least we know how many of the riders are there. And the numbers of the groups are still reasonable in size.
But within 2 minutes, the main peloton, which is now like 30 riders, not more, should come in.
ja pärast seda siis poodiumil toimub ka pressikonverents, nii et saame ka siis kuulata veidikene kommentaare ka.
So looking forward to it. Let's see if a motorbike has been sent back to take some feed of them too, approaching the city. Or will we have to do with just the finish area coverage? So all in all, worked out rather nicely. Weather-wise, I can see some motorbikes coming on the background, and there is the bunch on the final straight now. Further diminished in numbers, looks to be more like 15 riders maybe.
Even less, but in the last checkpoint or there was like, I think 28 riders together, but now it's definitely.
So some further damage has been caused, and they are lining up for the sprint. Some have done the share or run out of legs, and some are pushing for it. So who's going to take this?
This should be the Greece rider from Kuwait team.
And we have Karl Kurits also sprinting, and that was a photo finish.
Yeah.
I couldn't separate who had it. So they were sprinting for the 11th place. And I guess we will see a replay of that. Good going. I think it, at least what I remember from the last years, the first bunches have been bigger. Something like up to 50, up to 100 guys in one group.
Yeah, there has been the years when, let's say, the main bunch is, yeah, maybe 150, 200 riders, like the big one. But I think also this starting from the waves, it's this is the impact of this as well. So.
And there doesn't seem to be much of a risk that any of the age groups will ride the course faster than the leading group did. So I think they are safe in their placings.
Yes, because more of the less all distance they went like a full gas. So.
And working well together. So we have some of the riders coming in from 61 kilometers. So they've been on the road for longer than what it took for the elite riders to cover a distance of double the amount.
Almost 4 hours.
So that's quite some workout. But happy as ever. And this is the winner, Roomet Pajur.
Only 17 years old. But yeah, he's riding in the development team of Ansgrohe. So basically, what they have in this junior team is, yeah, you have the same equipment, all the mechanics, all the support from the team. So on it's already like a juniors World Tour team.
So all the support, you just have to put the effort in, bring in the results.
And also, I think if you are already in this development system of one of those top teams, then there is a good chance that if the time comes, then the main team will sign you up.
Easier path to step up for the proper team.
Yep.
We just saw Rattaralli going past the bus.
But this is general, like going on in the world of cycling, that all those young riders, you are 21, you are already winning the Tour de France, you are winning the, yeah.
Anything really?
Yeah.
One-day classics?
Yeah, one-day classics, like the most important ones in the world.
Or if not winning, then putting in a good show, destroying the legs of some of the other favorites.
Yes.
Talking of the two wonder kids of from the cyclocross scene.
Yeah, Evenpoel and Van Aert.
Not Evenpoel.
Not Evenpoel.
Wanderpoel.
Yeah. But Evenpoel also is one.
Often not that much of a cyclocross
not
background.
Not from the cyclocross, yeah. This is maybe the part he's like struggling a lot, or this is the weakest.
The skills.
Yeah. But again, like super
So I
super
think
strong.
he just won the Tour of Norway, right?
Yeah.
Did he get the prize of, what, 500 kilos of salmon?
I think they still have this.
But it was for what? It was for one of the climbs, it wasn't the overall prize.
No, it was yeah, like some kind of special prize.
So we have a lone rider coming in from the main field, and then a few more riders looking to be entering the straight. So we have the podium presentation for the first riders of the elite wave of the main event of 41st of Tartu Rattaralli. Third place, right arm, Estonia. Member of the FDJ development team. Well, let's hope they won't have mishaps with the bottles like many did in Giro.
Yeah, it happened at least twice in Giro.
Yes, and one really unfortunate. Second place, Alo Jakin, Estonia. Coach of the Estonian national team, previous pro rider. Now amateur level coach and still going strong. And the winner. Maybe a little bit unexpected, for some quite expected, Roomet Pajur. 17 years of age, part of Bora Hansgrohe development team, and going strong as ever. backing up the Tour de Vlaanderen win a week ago by another one in Tartu. 128 kilometers on the rolling roads of southern Estonia. Well, they have learned something. They are aiming away from each other. Congratulations to the winners. Come back next year.
Suurepärane sõit Eesti ratturite poolt. Alo, 2 küsimust. Pelotoni meeskonnal oli
Soon when the next group is coming in, there should be also the 2 female riders. So the winner for the women classification will be
coming from there.
Exactly.
ei ole mõtet niisugust venda finishisse viia, et kuna meid oli 4, siis me pidime
Let's try and hear what Alo is saying. There were 4 of them, he said, so they had to try something. And we have some more riders coming in from the leftovers of the main bunch. There were 4 breaking free of that and then limited bunch finish.
oma ratturite vahel kutsume seda peale Maarja Magdalenat, seda looklevat teed alpiteeks, et täna poistele ütlesin ka, et näe, see on Eesti alpitee, et siin on äge sõita.
Right, Alo is saying that the road near Maarja Magdalena, nearby there, is what they call Estonian Alpine Road. So they know the road. It's nice to ride up and down.
Tänavuse Flandria veerotuuri võitja juunioride hulgas ja Pariis-Roubaix teine mees, et arvan, kuluks veel üks aplaus ära, tõeline juunioride maailma tipp ja tänane Rattaralli võit.
Tõesti ootasin finišit ja ma teadsin, et pelotoni kutid hakkavad niimoodi ründama ja
So he was waiting for the finish. He knew that peloton guys will start attacking. Was playing on his card to make it to the finish and
põhimõtteliselt mulle liida,
beat the sprinters.
see oli päris hea.
Sa kindlasti jälgisid kõrvalt ka Tour of Estoniat, mis siin nüüd toimus. Et mõnedel meestel siin oli päris palju kilomeetreid juba jalas eelnevatelt päevadelt, et see võis ka täna sinu trupp olla, et said värske mehena peale tulla.
Ja see kindlasti mängis rolli, et küsisin isegi Ossilt, kuidas tal oli ja ta ütles, et ta on päris kastis, et see on täiesti arusaadav.
Aitäh sulle ja
Well, couldn't make of these last questions.
kolmandalt mehelt Raidult ka paar sõna, et
I think what Romet was saying, that probably he had that kind of advantage that he didn't need to do those previous days as a race, so he was, let's say, better prepared for this one. So for the other riders, or a lot of other riders in the first group, they already did the Tour of Estonia, so which was like a main goal for them, and then
tuligi punktida kuni lõpuni. Ja eks ma lõpus jälgisin kõige rohkem pelotoni tiimi, aga kartsin kõige rohkem Pajurit.
Right is saying that he was watching peloton team the most, but was most afraid of Romet Pajur, and proved to be true.
oli see oodatud või pigem üllatus, et nii kiirelt asjad käisid?
Jaa, see oli väga üllatav. Ma esialgses Rattarallis ma ei olnudki, et seal oli, Alo oli seal vist 4. Rattarall läks ja siis ma sõitsin tagant sealt Oskar Lisu ja Pajuriga sõitsime sinna ette järgi ja nii oli.
Aitäh! Tartu
So
Rattaralli
he was saying how they caught the first break of 4 men when him and Romet and some others caught them and formed the break of the day of 10 men. And there we have remnants from the elite group, assumedly coming in again.
antakse päris korralikult valu ja siin oli näha ka naisi pundis, aga naiste kiiremad on juba kohal tegelikult.
Kristel Sandrasonik, who took a second place yesterday, finished just now, but she's still not the first of female ranking.
no, the first 2 I think arrived with the previous group, and she could be third one on the line.
can see Raul Olle, previous long distance skier.
Vasalopet winner.
Vasalopet winner has finished, as has Toomas Kirsipuu. He's now how old?
This one I even don't know.
And sprinting as strongly as ever.
Yeah, former rider for Kelme team in Spain.
And he's one of the riders who you can really label as a old fox. Smarter than anyone. If you want to see how to ride in the bunch by using the least amount of energy, then hook up with him. If you can replicate that, you are well done.
Yeah, when some riders are scared of the crosswinds or things like this, then this is exactly what Toomas is waiting for.
Yes. We did have a couple of hiking trips a few years ago in Taivaskoja region, and some of the downhill slopes there, I would say, are, I don't know, 45 degrees. You know, you don't even want to walk down there. And he was the guy who rode down on a road bike or on a cross bike and made it down safely. And it's just the skills he has, it's just amazing. Pure fun to watch. If only I could replicate that. So, can we pull up the female ranking then? How is it? So it looks to me that Norwegians, the national team of Norway, have made a full sweep and taken the 4 top spots in front of Kristel Sandra Soonik, yesterday's 2nd place, and then Minna-Maria Kangas from Finland, part of national team Finland, on 6th place. So the winner, Malin Eriksen, Marte Berg EZ, Martina Kjøs, Emilia Røe Utvik are the Norwegian riders, and I am pretty sure we will see the podium presentation for them. I'll try and jump out and ask a few words from Alo, if you can.
Maybe we will get some immediate feedback from Alo Yakin as well, the 2nd place from today. So yeah, he's already approaching to the station. So let's hear what Alo have to say. So Alo, congrats for the 2nd place. I don't know, is it like a disappointment or is it like a big victory for you actually?
Hello, and thank you for the congratulations. But for the sportman, it's I'm not so happy. But finally, yeah, it was good race, and my student won the race. So it's not so sad to lose this kind of.
Actually, this was the thing that when we saw the last kilometers, we saw that you were like a bit unhappy sometimes when they brought you back. So I already told Lauri that no more national team invitations for those guys anymore. So
no, I'm just an emotional guy, and I don't like when guys are racing like little bit stupidly. But he was so strong. He did right things. But yeah.
But for you and for the team, I think it worked out pretty perfectly, actually.
Yeah. Just Nisu was quite tired because yesterday was hard race, and same for the Gert. And for me, I didn't race yesterday, and my legs were pretty good today. This high speed race was quite good for my legs, and I enjoyed.
Actually, when there was this 2nd group behind you, I think in some point it was already like only 10 seconds or something like this. You even had 2 guys there as well. So it could have happened that you would have like 6 riders in the front, but of course it's like understandable that you didn't want to wait for those guys.
Yeah, first of all, when I saw after Maria Magdalena, they were quite close, but when we turned left again, then all guys was motivated to continue pace like what we did before, and I don't know, 5 kilometers after that, I looked back, anyone didn't catch us, and then we continued same pace. And
it went more like this, that it was like 10 seconds, and in some point immediately it was 35 already.
And then we knew that we have to continue and push as much as we could, and then next time was already 50 seconds, and then we were sure that we're gonna go with these guys.
Thanks.
Thank you also.
Well done.
Thank you.
So this was Alojak in second place for today, and then you get some immediate feedback from the course. So like he told that you can be like a bit disappointed for the second place, but anyway, strongest guy won the race, and nothing to be ashamed of.
Always good to hear emotions straight from the source. So for us, it looks like a bit of a more waiting time until next bunches start lining up for the finish. Shouldn't be that long now, but we'll see how fast they've gone on the road. If we do get a glimpse of some other winners, then we'll give you a try and So we had another people looking for Alo to get interview or hand some prizes or something. And it's now really nice and warm outside, and even warmer in the bus, I must say. It was a pleasure to be outside. Even though the temperature reading still only 14.8 degrees centigrade, so not much to write home about for the southern Europeans, but it's almost like summer for us. I see a leading car coming, potentially meaning, and there are some riders behind. So somebody's about to come.
Oh yeah, group of riders. But yeah, this is a good point from you as well, that this year the groups are much smaller than they used to be.
So the Grand Fondo prize giving will be after that of the main race. And here we have limited sprints or finish efforts. And these are still from the elite group, I would think. Krista and Vaga. No, this was the age group. First riders from the age group with remnants from the leading group. Krista and Vaga, our Bradley Wiggins from yesterday, took that sprint. Laura Lepasalu, who was part of the Estonian women's team yesterday, was in that group. Who else can we see? Allar Karu from peloton again. Rait Pollo, well-known endurance athlete. Hardi Gerd Tuisk, who was also racing yesterday. and then another set of riders. So this means that the main bunches for the age groups are yet to come, looks to me.
Yeah, this one looks to be more like a breakaway.
Kristian Vaga used to be also a full-time cyclist some years ago.
I think also at least 1 or 2 seasons was riding in the French amateur teams. So.
And now he stepped into politics.
Correct.
In Tallinn area. Regional politics. Fighting for the rights of cyclists and improving the infrastructure of non-car based roads.
Which is also something I think lately have been quite a big topic in Tartu as well.
Indeed, one of the really good success stories has been the system of rental bikes, which was now put into works 3 or 4 years ago, before the corona. You have some pedal bikes, some electrically assisted bikes, which you can take from a station and leave to another station. Doesn't cost much, and it has really proved to be a success, and many people using it. Occasionally some of the stations running out of bikes, really. I think they've already increased the number of bikes that are stationed there. And we have another sprint of 2 guys. And as ever, the one coming from behind had a bit of an advantage, winning it. I can indeed confirm that for the age group of 19 to 34 years of age, Kristian Vaga was the leader in the previous sprint we saw, followed by Michael Kuusma, another Estonian, and then Evalds Pavlovs from Latvia. These are the standings as of now from the online timing system. And then for the age group of 35 to 39, we have 2 first positions going to Latvia. Raivis Riitums from Tobele's Tsirnavnieks Feel Free cycling team taking the honors, and Kristaps Knops on 2nd place, and Allar Karu from Peloton team from Estonia taking the 3rd place.
That means for all those riders who you mentioned, they are allowed to go to the Grand Fondo World Championships.
I would think so, yes. If they did start at their age group, which I think they did. And there we have another limited sprint finish coming up. Somebody's taking the honors from there by quite a distance. So far, it doesn't look like we have any of the senior 2 riders or age groups 40 plus over the line. So we'll see if, and indeed we have the first ones now. For these online timing shows that for the age group of 40 to 44 years of age, Johan Nordlund from Finland has taken the honors. And for the next age group, 45 to 49, it goes to Latvia Evelo team, Kirts Vevers. And for the rest of the age teams, I think we still don't have the results. Oh, well, we don't have the riders to show any results. But they should be coming in now, thick and fast. So whoever is still in the range, come to the city center. More and more people showing up. Sun is shining, reasonably warm. You can watch the race, you can have a bite, you can meet some new famous and not so famous people. So I can see Martin Laas. Do we want to ask him for a quick chat?
Does he wants to?
I know. I can go and ask.
I can also go and...
Okay, go and ask. Let's see if we can get more feedback from the road. At the same time, we have another small sprint coming up. So we'll see if Martin is willing to say a few words what was going on the road. And riders are coming in bits and pieces. So indeed, it has broken up quite a bit. In a way, surprisingly, the route wasn't supposed to be that hard. It didn't look that hard to be on paper. But looks like it did have its toll on most of the riders. So looks like we might have not heard a word from Martin Laas. At least Rigo wasn't able to convince him to come to the bus. We'll see, maybe we can catch some of the other riders later on a little bit. More riders coming in, and as it was again just in pairs or little groups. So,
Okay.
so you weren't able to convince Martin to come in?
Yeah, but with the Pro Tour riders, it's not so easy, you know.
Ah.
Yeah. But yeah, he had to.
You could have claimed that it's for Eurosport. So, any more riders? And now there is a bigger group coming in. One lone rider in front. Question is, did he manage to break free of that, or has fallen back from some of the previous groups? But this seems to be now going for a full sprint on. Some placings to be played out. And we still haven't seen the tandem. And we had Joonas Jõgi. Lots of people taking the finish line.
This was the biggest punch so far.
So it seems. Does it also mean that we have now more riders for the age groups? We did, indeed. So update about the 40 to 44 year male category. We have Kaspar Austa on second position. Also well-known previous pro rider, local, coaching local cycling club, and winner from 2 days ago, Madis Michals, is one of Kaspar's doings, pupils of the best sort. Kaspar has maybe like the biggest influence on mountain bike and cyclocross scene, where he's almost invincible.
Yeah, again, I don't remember exactly the year, but when the same Tartu Marathon organization organized the European mountain bike marathon championships, then Kaspar was finishing third, if I can remember this correctly. So
it was Peter Bruce winning it that year, wasn't it? Did you leave the win home? No.
maybe this was have they maybe organized this one already twice? Because when they did it first, then Allan Oras was the winner.
Okay.
I think, yeah, then the Kalle Griet was second and Kaspar Austa was third.
So yeah, he has some strong legs. And then third place for that age category, male 40 to 44 years of age, goes to Lithuania, Marius Zaleskis. One group up, we have second place for Antti Mäkelä from Finland. I said previously, Girts Vevers from Latvia is on the top spot on that. And based on the numbers I see, we do not have any of the older age categories represented. Toomas Kirsipuu, who we mentioned, would have been age-wise in one of those groups, but he decided to go for the elite group and therefore is not eligible to get a placing on the Gran Fondo ranking. And as for female riders, we do have now ranking also for some of them, age group 19 to 34 years of age. So far, top 4 positions go for Estonian riders. Mari Kruuser, first one, Kertu-Liis Laane, second one, Kristi Kuldkepp, third one. And this seems to have been a reasonably hotly contested sprint. Helena Peik, the fourth one on that list. Next category we have none, and the next ones also none yet finished. So I guess they are on the road still. But to recap the standings of the main race so far, it was a reasonably early breakaway of 4 riders, then joined with a few more, making a 10-rider breakaway, and they made it all the way up until finish. And this ended up in a limited sprint finish won by Romet Pajur and then Alo Jaakin, right arm, sharing the podium. And here we have another bigger group coming in. Some sprinting for the placings, some taking it a little bit easier. And these may bring some more entrants into the age group standings. Somebody's looking happy.
Yeah, to make it, just to make it safe.
Or knowing that he did win his age group or get a placing there. If you know your competitors, then you would have that knowledge. I'll check the live timing and see what's the story there. So, male age group, 45 to 49 years of age. We have a third spot now ready, and this goes to Latvia, Maris Kalvers from Virsotne Marmot team. Age group 50 to 54 years of age. Let's see if I can pull up the numbers. At the moment it's blank. Still blank. No one from there
arrived yet.
Not in my timing table. And the same applies for female riders of older than 35 years of age. But they will come. There's still some time. So podium ceremony should be in about half an hour time, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, we should still make it our coverage will go till 3 o'clock, so...
Okay, podium presentation in 15 minutes for the 6 best men and 6 best women. And after that, I think I heard there will be the podium presentation for the age groups in UCI Gran Fondo series rankings. So those of older age still on the road, hurry up. Podium is waiting for you. Some lone riders coming in. And they are already more than some of them have been on the road more than 45 minutes. Yeah, so now you can see the waves start causing, well, maybe not issues, but resorting the ranking.
Yeah, it's like changing now all the time.
I guess we'll know the final standings when the final B groups have come in. I can see there are a few more riders coming there. But as for the general ranking, there should be no surprises expected there. The leading group of 10 were by far the fastest in today's race. And they took the honors, as did the women in the next group. So there should be no one really affecting their placings. I guess for the next years we need to get some more tourists for the event to have this, was it the Beefeater Bend in Tour de France on one of the climbs, and then we have the touch corner.
Yes.
And then whatever other corners and party places. So feel free, take your camper vans, book ahead for next year, last weekend of May. Bring the flags, bring the beers, bring the hamburgers or the components. Take your family, take your bikes. It's not a long way, maybe just 12 to 20 hours of driving, and you are here, and you don't have to do it in one go.
Yeah, and you have like a first day you can enjoy how the others are racing, like the professionals, and then you can do your own.
Come and jump in, have your own go, and then take the camper van and go and explore the little nice country called Estonia on the eastern part of Europe. It is sunny and safe here. Lots of beautiful nature. Depending on the season, can go berry picking, mushroom picking. A little bit early for that just now. But you can go fishing instead, or just have a walk or hike in the nature. Lots of good tracks. The longest one, 628 kilometers, going diagonally, essentially through Estonia, omitting all the big roads, but taking in many of the bogs and good forest walks. So there's room for activities for many, many days. You can walk it, you can cycle it. Just come and explore. You won't be disappointed. More riders coming in from some of the age groups, and it has really splintered up. It's bits and pieces.
Yeah, it's something I haven't used to see in the the race before.
Not really. It's like a mountaintop finish at Giro. This is not something I would have forecasted at all. I was sure that it's going to splinter up, but then mostly for the elite race and just for the first groups, and then for the rest it will stay in one group. It looks like not quite. Somebody wanted to push it hard, and that they have done. can have a look if standings have changed a bit. We have some more. No male riders above age of 50 yet finished. And no female riders above age of 35 either.
No,
At least
again,
not based on the timing. But now they will come. And they come in numbers. Like birds returning from Africa for the spring sun. And this is by far the biggest group we've seen.
Yeah, this
oh,
is
the
like
next one on the back.
This is.
So let's give the timing system a few seconds to sort it all out. And then I'm pretty sure we will have updates to the ranking. But still, doesn't look like we've seen the racing tandem. So it could be that they had a mechanical mishap of some sort and were forced to abandon. Actually, did you catch the number or the name?
I can check them up.
If they are somewhere on the road. And so, through it was. We have riders now from the older age groups. Male riders, age group 50 to 54 years of age. First place goes to Erwin Verwecken from Belgium. So I know at least one Belgian coming back next year, hopefully with a camper van. Tiit Alumaa from Ireland. Estonian sounding name, but representing Ireland this time. And then third spot goes to Audrius Meskis from Lithuania, followed by 3 Estonians making up the top 3. Next age group, male 55 to 59 years of age. We have the top 3. All go to Estonian riders Tarvi Uusen, Rain Nurmsalu and Alar Nigul. And that's it for the men at the moment. As for the women, we do have a winner for the age group of 40 to 44 years of age. And this goes to Triin Kull from Estonia. Rest of the age groups are still empty based on the online results.
And I also found an answer for your tandem question. This tandem duo was, yeah, they are already in the finish, finishing in 19th place. So.
Okay, so you just missed them.
Yeah, so top 100.
It takes some bravery to take part of a road race on a tandem bike. I think you have to be brave to ride a tandem on the track, but I think you need even more.
Yeah, to do it on the
in the bunch.
Yeah. Yeah, with this one, I think you have like 2 options. You are riding in the front of the peloton or behind of the of it. So
out of harm's way. More riders coming in and motorbikes coming in. Have to give thumbs up to all the supporting motor riders, keeping a good eye on the safe route of the riders. Much appreciated. It's not an easy job, and without them it wouldn't be possible to hold such an event. So well done, thank you. Also from our bus.
Yeah, there were like more than 2,000 cyclists on the road today in different distances. So to get them covered, those motorbike guys, they need to work actually really hard to make it safe.
Absolutely. And this job they have done really well. So according to the official schedule, we should be about 4 minutes away or 3 minutes away from podium presentation. For the main event, top 6 men, top 6 women will get prizes on the podium in a few minutes' time. And then for the last riders on the road, I think it will be potentially another good hour or two.
I would say more like 2 hours.
To find a way to the finish. It all comes down to the speed that you do it. Ride faster, it's not easy. Ride slower, it's not easy either, because you have to spend the hours.
Actually, I think this part is even harder, that if you are spending so much time already on the road, that yeah, that will make it hard.
So it looks to me that the podium presentation is about to start. I see some Norwegian representatives running towards the podium. And taking that they did a full sweep of that, they better hurry up. And still some lone riders coming in. Would be interesting to know how many of them are still on the road in total. And as for the age groups, the standings are still the same. No news on that front. So I guess some of the older riders are still on the road en route to the finish. Okay, we were just informed that we will finish and wrap up our commentary in about 2 minutes time, right before the podium presentation and prize giving. And this is to happen in about 1 minute's time. I guess we will see the finish of this group or two potentially, and then maybe give a final update on the rankings.
Again, this is big one. What's coming?
Oh, this is now a big one. And they are fighting for the positions. Little group of about 15 riders in the front, and then we have a big group coming at the back. Some riders using position not that well tolerated now by regulating bodies. And there we go. No, we don't have updates yet about but we should.
From this group, I think we will get something.
Yes, so we have first two riders for the age group of male 60 to 64, Stig-Erik Vikars and Thomas from Finland and Thomas Viigipuu from Estonia. And the prize giving is about to begin for the main race. It has been an absolute pleasure to commentate the event, the 41st of Tartu Rattaralli here for you. With you, we were Rigo Reim and Lauri Peil. Was a pleasure.
Yeah, it was a pleasure for us as well. So
see you next year.
See you.
Enjoy.
Viiendale kohale tuli. The ladies' fifth place goes to Minna-Maria Kangas, Finland, Soome. 4. kohale tuli. Anname šampanja kõigepealt loomulikult üle, jah. Aga 4. kohale tuli ladies 4th place go. Olemegi jõudnud esikolmiku juurde. 3. kohale tuli the ladies 3rd place goes to Kristel Sandra Soonik, Eesti. Teisele kohale tuli the ladies 2nd place goes to Marte Berg-Etset, Norway, Norra. Ja Hawaii Expressi 41. Tartu Rattaralli võitja on the ladies winner of the Hawaii Express 41st Tartu Rattarallis, Malin Eriksen, Norway, Norra. Lugupeetud daamid ja härrad, teie ees on Hawaii Expressi 41. Tartu Rattaralli naiste arvestuse võitjad. Dear ladies and gentlemen, the 6 best ladies of the Hawaii Express 41st Tartu Rattaralli. Palun veel kord aplaus. On fotode aeg. Maybe a champagne shower if you want to. Aga pärast seda siis kohe, kui on naised fotod ära teinud ja poodiumit alla tulnud, sätime poodiumi üles meestele ja siis jätkame juba meeste esikuuiku autasustamisega. Naistel läks väga lõbuseks ma sealt. Aga niipea kui naised poodiumil lustimise peale nad on täiesti ära teeninud, lõpetanud, siis me saame sättida ka poodiumi üles juba meeste autasustamisega. stardist täpselt kell 11 start anti, 4 tundi hakkab täis saama, 3.53 juba tiksunud täis stardist. Suur punt tuleb jälle, oligi see vahepeal pigem mõningane vaikus ja nüüd siis järgmine vanuserühm või tempogrupp 1-2 on praegu lõpetamas tänast 128 kilomeetri pikkust distantsi ja see on kümned ja kümned, kui mitte vaata, et sadakond ratturit isegi selles pundis praegu, kes üle finišijoone tuleb ja sealt on väike punt veel tagant ka tulemas, nii et hästi. Viimane pingutus veel, 128 saab tehtud kohe. Väga tublid. Ja meie saame siis kohe varsti jätkata ka ja me jätkamegi nüüd juba siis põhiautasustamisega. Jätkame 6 parema mehe autasustamisega. We'll continue with the award ceremony of the 6 best men. Ja 6. kohale tuli, the 6th place goes to Lauri Tamm, Eesti. Neljandale kohale tuli, the 4th place goes to Gert Kivistik, Eesti. Ärm, Eesti. Teisele kohale tuli, the 2nd place goes to Alo Jaakin, Eesti. Express 41st Tartu Rattaralli. Mehed saavad ka pildid ära teha ühiselt poodiumi peal ja siis õige pea jätkame juba meeste juunioridega.
Saavad Alo Jaakinivi kätte, Vallol tuleb ikkagi see finišijoon enne, ei jõuavad, tundub, et mehed tulevad ja Roomet Pajur tuleb väga võimsalt ja Alo kangestub ja nooremad mehed näitavad ikkagi ära.
Võtab selle esikoha siit ära, Jaakin on teine, Rait Tärn kolmas.
Ja Alo kangestub ja nooremad mehed näitavad ikkagi ära.
Võtab selle esikoha siit ära, Jaakin on teine, Rait Tärn kolmas.